Morena everyone, and welcome to the council meeting of Monday the 12th of December 2022 and the final council meeting for the year. In terms of health and safety, just a reminder to those who are here, just make your way out that back exit and we assemble across the road and await instructions from staff. Everyone needs to be aware that this meeting is being live streamed and the video will be publicly available on YouTube. Remind everyone that these microphones, we've got some speakers coming up today, these microphones are very sensitive. You have to keep your head reasonably still, otherwise we lose you. And a reminder for everyone to turn off their phones or turn them onto silent. Can I ask Shad please to open with a karakia?
Morena tātou, tuatahi katuku mihi kia tātou katoa, ko tauna I tēnei ata. Kia koutou rā I ngā kaimahi, ngā āpiha, I hāpai nei wēnei ngā āhuatanga tēnā koutou, me kira kia koutou rā o te hāpuri whānui, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Kia koe rā Anne, I whakahaere nei tēnei o tō tātou nei hui, tēnā koe. O reira, kia nui tātou. E te atua anei mātou upona, he tēnei ki a koe I tēnei ata. E te atua ka tuku ngā whakamoimiti, ngā whakawhetai ki a koe, mau manaakitanga katoa. Manaaki rā tātou katoa I ngā āhuatanga, ngā take. I ata kōrero hia nei e tātou I tēnei ata. Kia whai hua rahi tika mā tātou katoa. Tēnei mātuni, tēnei ki a koe, korore ki tōna tapu, āmani.
Thank you. We have no apologies, we're all here. We have two speakers today in the public forum, or two lots of speakers. First of all, we've got Liam Dixon and Tamati Tata who are speaking on behalf of Buddy Makari. Would you like to come up to, good morning, both of you? Kia ora, Tamati. Come up and you've got about 5 minutes to speak.
Tēnā koutou. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in respect of your consideration of the future of Smith's Farm. I apologise on Buddy's behalf that he cannot be here today in person. Unfortunately, he's had a dear friend pass away and has been called to whangarei to officiate the tangi. So I'm speaking on his behalf. We note that you have a summary from the Ngāi Tamarawahau initial engagement case, but I just want to note that while the report in front of you only refers to the exchanges between ourselves and Council since 2022, there has in fact been a much longer history. Our first approach to Council was made just over 7 years ago in November 2015 during the long-term plan considerations when Council first declared the land potentially to be surplus. Had our proposal of the time been accepted, the subdivision we proposed would have been completed by now and some 300 Tauranga families adequately housed. By endless dithering by past councils and their staff advisors has meant that this far down the track nothing has been done. Yet everyone here admits that we are facing a housing crisis. Through the intervening period, land and house prices have soared while supply chain issues continue to multiply. The very last hurdle to Ngāi Tamarawahau's aspirations is now the categorisation of the land as strategic. This categorisation enables the disposal process to bypass the Council's own right of first refusal policy. It appears to me that the staff advice on this matter is geared towards ensuring there are no physical cultural associations with the land that might prevent development, thus clearing the way for others to develop the land. In my view, that is a very narrow approach. I'm saddened that the massive account of the hapu interaction outlined in my correspondence of May this year apparently counts for little when it comes to the disposal of this land. We have given and given and given. While it might look like we are winning with the recent acquisitions at 6 Mission Street through the Otamata Trust leased back to the Elms at $1 per annum, the city centre, jointly owned by the Council and Otamata Trust, and the Pukahina reclassification to allow the New Zealand Wars Centre development. You will also notice that the outcome for each of these arrangements has always been for the benefit of the community. We agree with the council that Smith's Farm falls into the category of community benefit, but for the first time, there is a real tangible benefit for our hapu in terms of a portion of this land being able to be retained by the hapu through a process. To be clear, we believe council, as the beneficial recipient of past Crown failings, has a moral obligation alongside its internal policies and treaty obligation. We believe we have more than met our obligations. It's time for you to meet yours. When it comes to the question of strategic disposal, we agree that this land is of strategic importance. However, we disagree that this categorisation should remove Ngāi Taumata Wahao from leading this process. In every submission to council regarding this land, we have brought key partnerships to the table, initially in 2015 and again more recently. This categorisation of land as strategic feels like a continuation of the prevailing view in this region that Māori are not capable of leading a project of this level of importance to the city. We challenge this view, asking which family, entity or organisation will still be here in Tauranga, wearing the positives and negatives of this land disposal in generations down the track. If you are calling into question our ability to deliver a housing project of substance, we have ensured that within our development partnerships to date, we have a cross-section of large charitable trusts, impact investors, and significant land and housing developers with extensive experience in developing in partnership with iwi and Crown, including through MHUD's Land for Housing program. We see no reason other than an ill-intentioned agenda to avoid local government policy for Ngāi Taumata Wahao to be excluded and have its rights of first refusal sidelined through this process. Ngā mihi, and we're happy to answer questions.
Tamati, did you want to add anything into that?
Firstly, tēnā tātou katoa. Te mea tōtei e mihine ki a koe Jade. Nā tātou I whakatukuretia tēnei huihuinga, e huri nei I roto I ngā whakaritenga ki tō tātou. E mihine ki a koe tēnei rā. This is not my field. Right? Over here. This is not my field. Education is my field. But I'm just here to support and tautoko what Liam has to say about this land acquisition. And if he needs help, right, I'm riding shotgun, so I'll do the haka for him. This kind of thing. Not a kia koe, kohimi, kumihirana, a me koutou katoa, e akuranga tira, e mi nei kia tātou I tēnei rā. Tēnā koutou, kia ora tātou katoa.
Kia ora, Tamati, thank you. Liam, I'll open up for questions, but I just want to assure you, and through you, Ngāi Taumata Wahao, there has never been any, in our consideration of this, there has never been any doubt about the capability. So that inference is completely erroneous. And if we adopt the recommendations here, then there is nothing stopping Ngāi Taumata Wahao taking part in that process. I think it is important to point out that we put in place a policy last year that allows for several threads to run through the land policy, and one of those is where the council decides its strategic goals mean that this piece of land is declared strategic for its goals. And that's what's encompassed in this report. So it's nothing to do with whether there's an archaeological site or any of that. It's the council's strategy and desire for strategic outcomes that drives that. So it's not trying to avoid the RFR. It's just part of the process that council has that ability to do that, and that's what's being proposed. I think that probably covers the two points I think that you made. Any other questions any questions for Liam?
Not so much a question. I think you've adequately covered our motivations for allocating strategic land disposal. It is one of the few opportunities that council has to really influence and accelerate the potential delivery of housing. And what is particularly an opportunity here is the drive to bring innovative ideas as to how that might be delivered. And I would have thought Ngāi Tauranga would be in an ideal position to be innovators in that regard, given your long history in the project, and we really look forward to seeing the proposals when they come through.
Thank you very much. Okay, John Robson. Morning, John. So you've got 5 minutes.
That would be appreciated. It seems somewhat.
I didn't realise that you had a sort of a Santa hat on there. It's going to go in the gift register by the looks of it. Yes.
The Sustainable Bay of Thinking Trust will be proud. You notice there's no extraneous gift wrapping on this, which is only waste, unnecessary waste. Merry Christmas, John.
Merry Christmas. Okay. So I'm starting the clock now. We shall see that they go to a good home. Thank you. Kia ora.
Kia ora, thank you. We'll skip the mihis and the pepihas and all that stuff because 5 minutes, as I've stated before, isn't enough. It's unusual for me to be in a situation to be following speakers that have accused you of acting with ill will. Normally, I'm one of the harshest critics of this council, but generally speaking, I don't find council operates with ill will. I find council, it's more a case of cock up, lack of ability, rather than conspiracy and ill will. I think most people get up in the morning to do, if not God's work, if they believe in God, but good work. And so my criticisms, and there are some today, are in the hope that they will be taken on board and acted on, and you raise your game. I asked for 5 minutes. Unlike Buddy, I don't have a heads up on what's coming in an agenda, so I don't get the agenda until a Thursday. I read it in its entirety. I process the information. I consider what I've read. I talk to colleagues, which I still have out in the community, and other contacts, and I looked at this agenda and I was concerned particularly around the annual plan, or the draft annual plan. So what I'm going to do is get to the point quickly and then sort of elaborate. The point is, I think the idea that you will compound the absence of democracy in Tauranga. Interesting enough, a point missed in your own executive report where you commented on turnout in local government elections, but somehow forgot to mention that there was nothing untoward or different about Tauranga's situation. With regard to you compound the lack of democracy in Tauranga, now with the idea put up by staff that you will not consult on the 23-24 AP. I would urge you to reject that staff recommendation. I would urge you to consult. Looking at the figures in the report, it's not going to cost a lot of money. As someone who's quite happy to contribute to this community, I remember once paying circa $30,000 or $40,000 to give Tauranga City Council its first electric car. I would happily contribute to see consultation take place on the 23-24 AP. And the fact that you're under pressure because you are bringing forward the long-term plan shouldn't be a reason for justifying a lack of consultation with your community. Make the point even stronger. I reject that there is not any significant change in terms of the draft AP compared to what was in the LTPA. You have, according to your own figures in your document, you are looking at increasing budgeted OPEX by over 20%. You are looking at reducing CAPEX by circa 20%. These are significant shifts. Interesting enough, both of them against the interests of the community. OPEX significantly up, CAPEX significantly down. And while we're on the topic of CAPEX, just a little observation about content of the report around the civic precinct. You have a situation there where even the media, even more innumerate than they are illiterate in this town, and that takes some effort, have noticed that there is an increase in the budgeted costs, courtesy of your somewhat bizarre relationship that you have with Willis Bond. What the media failed to notice is 400 square metres missing. It's like we're building your house, it's going to go up a little bit in price, and by the way, there's one bedroom that we had on the original plan you're not going to get. Consultation is important because the starting point, even if you ignore the consultation is important because it starts with communication. It starts with your community having a chance, unlike what they get with these agendas, having a chance to get fully informed and consider what it is you're doing, even if in response to their plaintive cries, please stop, you ignore them. I come back to my point. Please consult on the 23-24 AP, and if the money's an issue, talk to me. Thank you.
John, any questions? Thank you very much. Have a very Merry Christmas. Okay, so acceptance, late items. We've got 2 late items of business, both for the public excluded section of the meeting, 90 Devonport Road and Mount North land sale. So can I call for a mover and seconder, Shad and Bill? Thank you. Accept the late items as items of business. All those in favour say aye. Against, carried. There's no business to be transferred from public and excluded to open. I haven't been advised of any change of order of business. That brings us to the minutes, confirmation of the minutes held on the 28th of November. And are there any corrections to the minutes? I just have a question on Mr. Kimber's petition. Is there was no time frame for that report to come back to council. Does anyone know when that report is coming to us? Is there anyone? I realise Nick's not here. No? Okay. Yeah. Well, it needs to be earlier than that because it was quite a serious issue that he raised with us, which is pedestrian safety. So maybe the first council meeting back, come back. And while we're talking about that, I do think that there needs to be a transparent process around petitions. I think we got rid of the old policy, which means we have no policy. I'm not sure, but I would like to make sure that there is a very clear and transparent policy around what happens when people go to great lengths to put a petition together, bring it and present it to council, and they need to know clearly what's going to happen. So if we can have a look at that next year, that would be helpful. Anything else from those minutes? Thank you, Bill, and seconded by Shad. It's a true and correct record. All those in favour say aye. Against, carried. Any conflicts of interest to declare? There's no deputations, presentations or petitions. We have no recommendations from other committees. That brings us to Te Manuataki o Te Papa, and we're going to start off with Gareth. Yeah.
Kia ora tātou. Today is the continuation of a journey we've been on at your direction to deliver some much needed and some would say overdue community amenity and community facilities for our city and our community. The last time we were in Chambers, we had a concept design for Te Manuataki o Te Papa and associated high-level costings. So after a couple of months of very hard work, the project team are pleased to present today an updated design and costings report with all the facilities basically at the end of the preliminary design phase of the project. As you'll see, plans have been modified to reflect a wide variety of feedback and we've looked to address your desire for sustainable, progressive, functional and fit-for-purpose facilities. As requested, we've also incorporated more green space into the outdoor areas of the precinct. Just to start off, I'd like to introduce John Brocky's chair of the Te Manawa Take o Te Papa Governance Group, and Puhuraki Ihaka, chair of the Otamataha Trust and also a governance group member. After they've said a few words, we've got Wayne Silver and Verity Judge from Willis Bond and Mike Norday, who's TCC's Director of Civic Development, who will present the updated design and costings report, and then the whole team will be available to answer any questions you may have. I guess just before they start, I wanted to extend our thanks to John and all the members of the governance group, to Wayne and all of his team who have been working on the preliminary designs and costings, and to Mike and his team who are driving this work forward for TCC. Today's report is the culmination of a massive amount of collective effort over the previous few months, and we really look forward to sharing our progress with you today. John, all yours.
Good morning. Kia ora.
Tēnā rangatira o te konahira tēnā koutou katoa. So thank you very much, Madam Chair and Commissioners, for the invitation to join with you today. So as Chair of the Governance Group, I'm here to say that you have a very well thought through and a well moderated and integrated set of recommendations from the Executive for the next stage of Te Manawa Take o Te Papa in item 11.1 of your agenda. So you might ask, well, who is this governance group and how did you arrive at that conclusion that you should recommend that? And after I've spoken about that, I'll pass to Puhuraki to speak of the very important cultural dimensions of this project. So the group was formed in August of 2021. It was part of the arrangements the commissioners wanted for external governance oversight of the project. So myself and other independents have joined with members of the executive, most of whom are here today, and Alistair's and Mike and others, to work through the project. So the work of the governance group works with the vision, of course, in working with the executive and Willis Bond through and making recommendations to the Commission about, well, what is it that is to be created in this space, in this place shaping, and its connection through to the sea. And in that regard, there have been some changes to its scope and composition and the addition of projects through site area C. And the particular work of the governance group is really around adding to the vision those solid topics of engineering, physics and economics, so that we understand, well, how is it to be constructed, in what order, and paying attention to supply chain and logistics and resources and infrastructure and so on. So that's been a significant body of work that now, when we look at the preliminary designs, you can have confidence that beneath the tip of the iceberg, there is indeed more iceberg. There is a solid foundation for what you're looking at. So in that regard, that's the work which we've been engaged in. I must compliment the team. It has been a highly collaborative and collegial working environment from the whole team and external advisors. Naturally, there are commercial dimensions to this arrangement with Willis Bond. They have been carefully identified, risk managed and worked through as well, so that the council in the end can be confident of the quality and the value for money in the investment it proposes to make. So with that, Madam Chair, I will answer, stand ready for any questions you may have in a moment, but I'll just invite my dear colleague Puhuraki to speak of from his point of view.
Thank you, John. Morning, everybody. E tuatai kei te mihi atu ki a koe e te rangatira mō tō whakamomiti ki te runga. Mō tō mihi ki a mātou. Ki a tātou katoa I rungi te kaupapa o tēnei rā. Nō reira, tēnā koe, te rangatira. Tēnā koe, man. Mam, ki ngā memo o te komihana. So good morning, everyone, and First of all, I would like to start off by saying that it has been very important that the Otamataha Trust has been represented on this governance committee, board, call it whatever it is. However, it is something which has given us a true reflection of the partnership that we have within the city and within the way in which this council is operating. And we certainly appreciate that. So coming down into how we relate within this partnership, we are certainly very happy to be at the table, from the top down to where the real work is done. I have inserted in the report a section on behalf of Mana Whenua in terms of a very short history of who we are, how this has come about, and how we participate in the process. So I basically just want to talk to that and to reinforce that we believe it is a very positive part that we play within this partnership. It has given us the opportunity to ensure that all our cultural values and principles are taken into account and considered in the project itself in its entirety. We are at the table, as I stated before, in the governance and the operational. Within our own team, if you like, we have a similar structure where we have a governance within Otamataha Trust, which is made up of our trustees and an advisor, who happens to also be our manager, and down to those and we have an admin part to it as well. Plus, we also have an operational, which consists of the design artists, and they come from the very well skilled artists and carvers that we draw upon from our two hapu. And therefore it is a true representation of the hapu within the trust and from the trust into the partnership. So I'll end on that note by saying thank you for allowing us this opportunity, and hope that, and I'm sure rather, that it will be a very successful outcome. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Thank you very much to both of you, and thank you. Thank you for the work that you've done to date. I guess it's an important part of our terms of reference that we show what good governance looks like, because in the minister's view, that wasn't evident here in Tauranga Council, which is why she replaced the elected council with a commission. And part of our terms of reference was to model good governance. And so when you look at the structure that we've had in place to date, people might question why no one would question your roles, because that is setting out some, as we wanted, some external accountability over the top during this very important part of the design, where scope can creep, where a lot of things can happen that lift the eventual costs. But it is unusual to see in your diagram that the 4 commissioners were chairing a steering group. And that was a deliberate decision made by the Commission to step down from that overall governance into that individual governance of the different streams of work in order to protect the scope, to protect the vision, and at quite critical stages. So first of all, I wanted to thank you both for putting up with that, because it is slightly unusual. And we did explain it to the Minister, because that isn't really the true governance model. We should have been here receiving reports from you. But I think it has helped that we've come through this to this point, and despite inflation and construction costs going up enormously, and despite the decisions that we made earlier on about trying to create that sustainable footprint, that lighter footprint, and get the green and all those extras that we put into the project, that we're seeing such a small difference in the costs from the preliminary design, concept design to the preliminary designs. That's not to say we're going to accept that increase in costs, but I think it is evidence of the hard work that's been done by the governance group and also by those steering groups, making sure everyone was focused on the outcomes that we all wanted. So really appreciate the work that has been done by mana whenua, contributing hugely into the design of this. And it's good, despite being told off earlier on for not working collaboratively, that we have been working in what is seen to be a partnership. I guess at the end of that, I have a question, which is, what happens to you now? There's we go through this, if there's a following item where we establish a CCO. I haven't got quite in my head what happens to the governance group now, once if we decide to go over the CCO, once that is established. So maybe, John, you might have a better idea.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for those generous comments, and acknowledging really the importance of what we heard from Puaraki. So there's going to be some changes potentially through item 11.2, but inevitably there will be changes to the size and shape of the project. So that is a normal life cycle and life dynamic of very significant projects, that we should, at planned intervals, review our governance arrangements, reporting, KPIs, budget and so forth, and then moderate them. So that is quite a normal process. In terms of this existing governance group, it will therefore be reshaped in some manner, dissolved and reformed. Should item 11.2 proceed in the manner outlined, then Marty, the Chief Executive, and the team will go through another quite normal, I might call it, commercial process that I'd be familiar with, of mobilising the new resources, organising a transition, getting everybody to their respective start or finish lines, so that essentially the momentum of the endeavour is maintained. So that's what's ahead of us in the next 6 weeks, 6 months, depending on the decisions which are made. So that is what will happen to the individuals and the group. Eventually, as the commissioners then are presented with the final options as to how to manage that mobilisation and transition of those teams.
Thank you, John. I was just tapping into your commercial nous. So that is a normal commercial process, in other words, what you're saying.
There's no magic wand. It's people working hard, doing some planning, and not relying too much on luck.
Very much. I'll open it up. Stephen.
Thank you both for your presentations. And John, I have 2 questions. The first is, you would have heard the criticism that was levelled that there has been change in the design during this process. Are you satisfied from a governance point of view that the design that we have presented to us today will meet the service outcomes and expectations and vision of the original proposal to a satisfactory standard?
I think you're leading the witness a bit there, Stephen, but again, there's a normal process of evaluating the designs against the intended purpose. And coming back to reinstating the beating heart of the centre of Tauranga and its connection to the moana and reflecting its cultural context, well, we should have expected some changes, and indeed there have been some changes to give more expression of those important dimensions, and some of the more functional elements are now taking place on nearby sites, not within the heart. So within the governance group, we also provide oversight of the development at 90 Devonport. That's not within 11.1, so I didn't speak of it, but it is a connected project to make sure that those adjacencies are well managed and that the flow is maintained. The professional teams have been involved. I think the council has had the benefit of this partnership with Witherspoon, bringing leading practice in terms of the management of teams, large teams of professionals and designers, tapping into leading practice examples from around New Zealand and elsewhere, and bringing to bear also a very a high level of competency in human-centered design to make sure that the area will work for people, as well as being good to look at on a printed plan. So I think in my short answer to that, Stephen, I was perhaps saying you weren't leading me too much. I'm glad you asked the question. Is the proposal is a well thought through, high quality place shaping initiative for an important city within New Zealand. You still have some decisions to work through in terms of your facade effects and so on, which are very important to the final look and feel. But in terms of its essential human function, the heart of the city, of the changes, I think are giving a better expression of that vision than the starting point 2 years ago.
Thank you. And my second question is, there are provisions within the plan or the budget for cost escalation and risk management. From a governance point of view, are you satisfied that the amounts provided are sufficient to cover the size and scale of those risks?
Yes, that's been a key topic to evaluate the level of both contingency and risk allowances. So through the risk management process of understanding the levels of risk attached with each element of the project, and at this stage of approval, the provisions are well thought through.
Anyone else? No? Thank you very much, and thank you both for coming along today, and thank you for the work that you've done to date. Kia ora.
Thank you all. Thank you.
So can I get Willis Bond, Wayne? We've got Wayne and Verity. Thank you for joining us today, and Mike, of course, coming up for the big show and tell.
Good morning, everybody. This is certainly a very exciting day. It is months of intensive work, and I think you'll see through the presentation that the results that we are presenting are certainly going to impact our city over the next 10 years. So I'll hand over to Wayne and to Verity now.
Thank you, Mike. And just understanding that if I nod, that's a cue to advance the slides. Yep, sure. I'll just give a brief introductory comment as we're getting the slides going. Kia ora everyone, and fellow other commissioners, Marty. It's a pleasure to present the outcome of a large body of work that's occurred over the last 6 months or so. This is part of a process that's been going for some time and will hopefully have some time to run yet. And I think, to paraphrase maybe Winston Churchill, if I could be so bold, it's not the beginning of the end, but maybe it's the end of the beginning of this project.
Your mic's dying.
It's time to do it. Should be on the mics. Right, maybe my battery's a bit flat.
So what we'd ask is that you take note of the technologies.
Yes. Yes.
And we want better.
You know, I think you need your own chambers. I think there's an idea for today. Yes, so the commissioners adopted a revised master plan in December of last year, and then in May of this year, the commissioners received an updated. We're having trouble. Received an updated costings of that master plan and a further evolution of design. At the May meeting, the commissioners instructed Willis Bond to continue to marshal the troops to evolve the design to preliminary design stage and to update the costings as a consequence of that, with a deadline of reporting back by the end of this year. And that is a report that's been tabled for you to consider this morning. In between the May decision and the instruction of the design team to get on with the work, there were some significant design decisions that were made by the commissioners, and most significantly of those was the introduction of a very strong sustainability theme into the design, and particularly in the area of introducing hybrid wooden construction methodology into the significant buildings where it was practical, to increase with the objective of getting towards a 6-star green rating for the main buildings. That decision comes with quite a premium in costs, and so the challenge thrown down by the commissioners was to achieve savings in other areas to absorb that additional cost premium. So that's an overlay as we entered into this design process. There's 13 organisations listed there, so it's a significant body of work, and that those organisations exclude the significant input by TCC exec, mana whenua involvement, and obviously the commissioners and some external experts on the governance and steering group. So I counted in excess of 50 individuals involved in this body of work, and as I said, greater than 13 organisations. So significant body of work over 6 months. Next slide, please. At a very high level, this is an evolution of the master plan between what was adopted in May 22 by Council and what's being tabled today. Now, at a 2D level, there's not a lot of dramatic movement. You wouldn't expect a dramatic rewrite of the master plan. The same buildings exist in the same general locations. But what I would like to do is just highlight some of there's some significant evolution in the design that I just want to highlight. Firstly, and in no order of priority, the exhibition building has got much broader and squatter. And this is based on feedback from experts and from the commissioners about making this space a much more a multi-purpose usable space, and depth of floor plate was considered very important in achieving that. That had the flow-on effect of expanding the area dedicated towards the sculpture garden, so we now have a more prominent green space allocated to that landscape area. What that also did was slide a lot of landscape towards the south of the site, which required quite a bit of rejigging of ramping and transition spaces. As you'll be aware, there is a significant fall in the land, which is
between Durham Street and Willow Street. I think it's 13 metres from Durham Street to the water's edge, and a majority of that transition occurs between Durham and Willow Street. So that is the largest design constraint that has to be managed by the teams, particularly across the exhibition and museum buildings, which transition a significant land area during that fall. So it requires a lot of coordination of services. The other significant change that you might see is in the footprint of the Civic Whare building, and we'll come to that in more detail, but that is a quite redesigned shape and external art here as well that is associated with that building. Within the landscaped area, you'll see greater prominence of green areas, especially in the Masonic Park area. And again, that was as a result of feedback from the steering groups that wanted to introduce more green space within the landscape. The other main change, and it's not that obvious from the 2D, is that the Library Community Hub building expanded slightly in its scale, and the kiosk expanded as well. And as a result of moving uses, the eyesight from the museum footprint came into the kiosk outside the Community Hub building, and so resulted in the expansion of that area. And we'll go into a bit more detail around that. But those are the major moves from a master plan high-level point of view. In terms of the themes of this project, I just wanted to reiterate, I'm not going to go through the presentation we gave when we presented the master plan in December last year, but I think it bears just recognising that these themes have been consistently carried through into the master plan that's been presented to you today. The concept of a campus development is at the forefront of what the Commissioner, the Council have adopted here. So a campus development is one where the buildings are built concurrently or simultaneously and have a relationship with each other and a synergy between each other, so that the buildings are not discrete islands in themselves, but they sit within a master plan and they complement each other and reinforce each other's purpose. And that is at the forefront of this master plan. We now have multiple architects working, so we have 3 different architects working across this project now, which requires a high degree of coordination. But we're still retaining that campus theme near and dear to the project's heart. Sustainability was a significant feature, but is even more of a significant feature now that we're targeting 6-star for the Community Hub building and the exhibition museum space as well. And that's front and centre in the design that's presented to you today. The landscaping in many projects is the afterthought or the leftover bit or the bolt-on bit. The landscape in this master plan is really the glue that binds the master plan together, because without it you do have a series of buildings, but it's the landscape which will connect the buildings, that will create safe, engaging spaces for people, for the community and for visitors to the Bay of Plenty to come and enjoy this space. So the landscape is vital. And the fourth limb of our precinct themes is cultural engagement. Mana whenua have been at the table in this master planning process from day one, and that's quite a significant change from the way the original master plan has evolved. And so it's not necessary to have a special purpose introduction of mana whenua themes and involvement, because they have been stakeholders and walking side by side with us all the way through. And that influence is even more enhanced, and the master plan will present to you with a number of local Māori themes in the facade work and in how we're treating a number of the buildings. Moving on specifically to the buildings themselves, we have the Library Community Hub building. And what's most dramatic here is that significant work has been done on the facade treatment. But within the building, there's been a number of changes as well, which are significant. As I said before, the building now incorporates a hybrid timber structure, which we're optimistic will achieve a 6-star green rating. As part of the need to drive cost out of this building to fund the wooden green initiatives, we've looked at how efficiently we can create space within this building. So the building has got slightly bigger, and we have been able to drop off a floor off the building. And that's quite a significant cost saving because there's a lot of overhead in going to an additional floor in terms of taking lifts and stairwells and services up to another level. So that rationalisation has been beneficial in holding costs to the minimum premium that we've been able to deliver today. That's in spite of or as recognising that the customer service function has now been included within this building, and that is a change to the brief that was adopted in the master plan in May of this year. So an additional council service has been incorporated, and so the community-facing, the public-facing activities of council, beyond just the library and community hub, but the whole community services area, which is currently in the temporary library, will be accommodated within this design. To achieve that, we've rationalised some of the archive space, and some of the cold store has been moved off-site, but we still have a significant core of the archive will be retained within this building. The kiosk, as I said earlier, which sits adjacent to the building, has expanded to take account of the eyesight function, which was previously in the museum. And some of the community hub activities that were originally in this building are accommodated within the museum exhibition buildings as now. And so that gives an example of how the efficiency of having a campus enables us to minimise space, but maximise use across the campus. In particular, the facade we're very excited about the design work around the facade. It's been the shape of the building, as previously expressed, is reflective of this water theme which runs through and is very important to this development. So around here were a number of natural springs, and its significance economically and culturally has always been associated with its connection to the sea and the commerce and the transport and interaction that flows from that. So the idea of water flowing from Durham Street through to the water's edge, through to the Moana, has always been very important to us and the design team. And to that end, the buildings are quite fluid in shape, they're curvaceous, and reflect that flow thematically and symbolically, the flow of water down through the site. And the library has retained that. We have a panelised glass facade structure here, which is a combination of transparent panels and opaque panels. This is not the final design. This is a step on the way, but it is a material step on the way. And the panels there are reflective of the natural environment. They signify grasses and trees around the area, and sort of reflected in those vertical panels. They create they extend beyond at the top floor there, beyond the top floor of the building, to create a textured top. And what we're attempting to do through the design here is highlight the main entrance, so you can see that there is a different treatment in the facade, which will be worked through in greater detail, which signifies where the front entranceway is. Heavily influential in this design was a Maori motif, which was donated to the project, and it's you'll see it in the left-hand corner there, and it's reflected symbolically through the facade. And that Maori motif is meant to signify the ponga leaf, which is symbolic of community and education within the Maori community, and it's been great to be able to use that within the design. The interior of the building is built around a fireside concept, and that's that image to the left there. So within the building, there's a central staircase, and the active areas congregate around the centre of the building, with the more passive and quieter activities taking place as you spread to the perimeter of the building. The next cluster of buildings, we have abbreviated them to CWEM. So if you see CWEM, and I refer to CWEM, it is the Civic Whare Exhibition and Museum Buildings, CWEM, when we're getting lazy. These buildings have also had some material evolution in the design, and we think are significantly improved. As I said before, the buildings have got broader, and that has enabled us to take a story off the museum. But they've also been quite designed to take account, redesigned at the ground floor level because of the significant fall in the landscape. And as they've got bigger, they've had more contact, as it were, with the natural fall in the lands. This has meant that landscape has moved over in the Civic Whare building, which is significantly at the centre of the site, and with line of sight to the ocean, has to be accommodated within the wider footprint of the exhibition museum space. These buildings are intended to be hybrid timber structures, as the library is, and targeting a 6 Green Star. And that has enabled some simplification of the structure. And as I said, moving the eyesight out of the museum itself at the ground floor has created additional space for exhibitions and for some of the community hub activities to come across to this area. A significant feature of the campus is the transparency, or the through site links. So between the exhibition and the museum space, there is a clear passageway through to Hamilton Street and the car park that will be constructed there. So there is a north-south link through this site, which has always been a central part of the design, linking the CBD and the commercial activities and the retail activities with the civic heart of Tauranga. The Civic Whare itself looks quite dramatically different from the master plan. We're very pleased that in the costings we've brought this in at virtually the same cost as the original structure. But this is a much more modern, curvaceous building, more dramatic, and has the full support of the steering committee and mana whenua partners on the way through. You'll see the dramatic oculus. One of the things about dealing with architects is they like creating complicated words for quite simple things. So I now know what an oculus is. So an oculus is a hole in the roof, I think, as far as I can see. So many of us have probably got oculuses in our houses without realising it. So we have this dramatic feature here. It's very modern. And as you'll be aware, the Civic Whare is really a physical representation of the partnership approach that this project has embraced, right through to the land ownership, which is now in common ownership and is outside the remit of this report. But this building, I think, physically and metaphorically symbolises that new partnership between the various communities in Tauranga. So this will be the home for the democratic function going forward, we hope, but also will be a significant cultural meeting place and a place of visiting of the community, engaging with the democratic process, but also a place to host dignitaries and significant others. A feature has been introduced, which is a Maori stone feature just in the aotea there. There'll be a tactile feature able to be touched. It's a contemporary building and quite unlike anything I've seen in New Zealand and very exciting. In terms of the facade of the CWM, in particular the museum and the exhibition buildings, these are the inspiration for these is the idea of natural vessels which held treasures for Maori on the site. So the idea of these floating vessels is reinforced by glazing at the ground floor. And the buildings sit very very gently on the site. The facade that's intended is a facade of terracotta baguettes, which is not bread. I googled it, but it is in fact tiles made of terracotta. So moving on to the next slide, please. Landscape, as I said, the landscape is vitally important to the attraction of the space for the public and to connect the various components of the master plan. We've introduced as much green space as we're able to, recognising that we do need to provide for the transition of a number of pedestrians through the site, which does require hard landscaping. The green area will be, the planted area will be a combination of native and introduced species as appropriate. The landscape also does a very important job, which is the management of these levels across the site. We have significant ramping that's been introduced to enable a safe way to access from the Willow Street and the Sonic Park right through to the Civic Whare, so that that those that are not able-bodied have a safe and a way of transitioning up quite a steep space, in addition to the stairs that are available as well. You'll see the waharoa there, which were always part of the original design, and the design evolution of those, the waharoa at front of the two buildings, the CWM and the community hub buildings, have now been disconnected from the buildings. They were previously part of the buildings, which limited, we think, their impact, and did create some issues in terms of how you service them, how you clean the buildings. So they're now distinct from the buildings as pieces of the landscape themselves in their own right. The Sonic Park, I'll just touch on briefly, but a very important transition between the waterfront and the main block of Site A. Now has a significantly greater green space, and we can see a lot of people dwelling there during the day, enjoying the climate that the Bay of Plenty has to offer, and a significant terraced space along the southern edge of the Sonic Park, from the art gallery down to the Strand, providing shade and clear access up for pedestrians. Just briefly on the streetscape around there, significant work has been done on simplifying the streetscape. We've been able to achieve some savings in that rationalisation. Willow Street will be is intended to be a shared space, so predominantly a pedestrianised area, but will still have the ability to have traffic and the ability to close it off at certain times for certain events. So the vision for this master plan is that we can hold outdoor events, which would go from the waterfront right up to Durham Street if in certain circumstances. And Willow Street will enable that through its temporary closure from time to time. The next slide, if you please. We get to the nitty-gritty here in terms of the dollars and cents, and obviously this is a significant commitment from council and the community to this project. We've been very pleased to constrain costs as much as we can. In fact, the equivalent costing in this report is just a shade under 275 million, and in May was 270 million. And that's a 1.8% increase, while at the same time incorporating hybrid wooden structures into the community hub and CWEM buildings, which attract a significant cost premium over what was costed previously. We also have incorporated the community service function, which increases the floor area required within the buildings. And in managing these costs, we've looked back and worked with council on rationalising uses. We've taken space out where we feel that there was excess space, used the campus development to spread use across the site so that we're not duplicating wherever possible. Savings have been made in the landscape and the footpath areas. As you can see, you can't really see very clearly from that slide, but there is a modest cost increase in the library CWEM building, the library community hub building of 3.3 million versus the previous estimate. And in the exhibition and museum building, a more material, just over $6 million increase. And that has been offset in part by savings made elsewhere in the project. I would make the point also that the CWEM building is essentially a brand new structure that's been costed. What is presented today, other than its location and its uses, doesn't have a lot of commonality with the master planned building that was presented in May of this year. So that is almost like a zero base costing from the ground up for those buildings. But significant effort has been undertaken by the whole team, including Verity here, in driving costs out of this. In fact, the early costings that were tabled were significantly higher than this, and we've gone through a pretty rigorous process. Also, you'll be aware that we're sitting in a period of unprecedented escalation. What we're pleased to announce is that within these costings, we've retained 18% contingency and escalation provision within the $274.95 million budget. So that is from as a developer who deals with these issues every day of the week, gives me a high degree of comfort that there is protection within here for inevitable costs which are unknown at this stage, provisional sums and estimates as they become known, and as we do manage escalation over the coming years. We're predicting the future here, and no one knows the future with foresight. It's worth pointing out, and I guess it's worth pointing out that our estimates of escalation in both May and in December last year have been under what's been experienced in the market, and we've been in a period of exceptional construction escalation within the economy. There are a number of predictors coming forward in terms of economic output that the next couple of years may be tough for New Zealand, and the word recession has been used in a few instances. Perversely, that would not be a bad outcome for this project if the economic activity within the country did pull back a bit, and then we would see less escalation, I think, in the industry and more capacity in the industry. But at the moment, it's a difficult nationwide problem that the industry is dealing with in terms of escalation. In terms of program, what we have presented is a very ambitious program, and the program has actually been brought forward. The completion of the works has actually been brought forward 12 months from what was tabled in May. Now, that's been enabled by further investigation of the ground conditions on the site, and we had allocated 12 months for settling of the land before we could start construction of the CWEM building. Our latest advice is that that is not necessary, and that has created the potential to accelerate the construction of the CWEM building. There are practical overlays, which I will stress and come up in the risks section, in terms of capacity of the construction industry to build at this pace and for the design teams to design at this pace. It is possible, but it is challenging. And so we labelled that as a risk. And maybe if we go on to the next slide, in terms of the risks facing, there are some significant issues that we are managing and council is managing, but it's worth stating those. First and foremost, obviously, is the funding risk. So council have said that they're raising 50% of the funds for this project. So that is a risk to the project, obviously. Escalation we've already touched on, but I can't emphasise how much we are in an unprecedented period of pressure on construction, both from a design point of view right through the consultants through the delivery phase. There are a number of building firms failing at the moment, and the majority of them are in the construction industry, I'm sorry to say. If you look at receivership data that's starting to come into the market. So it is a sad fact of the industry that I think construction, more than any other industry, has the maximum amount of failures in it when its demand is at its peak. It is just a feature of the industry. Allied with that is the subcontractor market, and the individual trades. We're focused on a very significant project here in the heart of the city, but where we operate within a dynamic environment. The waterfront has a significant body of work going on. We haven't touched on Durham Street here, and then there are significant other projects that are going on within Tauranga, which are outside council's control, which also take demand on resources. So that is something that we need to manage. We and council together need to manage to ensure the project is protected on that. I've touched on resource consultant capacity already. Just point out that we're now using 3 architecture firms for this as a way to partly mitigate the risk of having one architect driving this whole project. So we've spread the risk across we're now accessing 3 firms to do that work. It's already been flagged that there may be a change in governance, both at a commissioner level and at a governance level within the council itself in terms of the possibility of a CCO. This is not an opinion about whether this is a good or a bad thing, but I'm just making the point that with a change in those things comes the risk around continuity, knowledge transfer, and consistency to the purposes for which the project was signed off in the first place. I've made the point that the program is very ambitious, and this will put pressure on council to potentially give approval to spend money ahead of time in order to procure things. In the industry at the moment, for instance, we're making significant deposits right now on a number of our projects to secure steel and wooden structural elements to ensure that they get into production lines for them to be available when we need them on a number of our projects throughout the country. And so in the private sector, that's easy to do. In council, it will require some streamlining of procurement and approval processes. But these are there really for for everyone to be aware of. But we're very confident about the delivery of this project. We've had a great experience over the last 2 years, just under 2 years, with the governance that's been in place. We've had enormous support led by Mike and his team within TCC, where everyone has been aware of the common goals that we're working towards, sympathetic to the pressures that we've been under. I mean, one of our key staff, Andrew Elliott, I should mention him, who's done a bulk of the work on this report, tested positive at the weekend, and that is the environment that we're in. We've had a number of consultants down over the 6-month period with illness, and they've done a tremendous job because I think they believe in the project, and they think that the project is not often you get a chance to work on something which has a potential to transform a city, and I think that's why we like getting up and getting out of bed every morning and working on this. So I thank you, and questions.
Did Verity or Mike want to add anything into that? No?
I think we'll just take the questions as they come.
So thank you very much. really exciting day for us. As you put it's interesting, we had a former councillor question the strange relationship with Willis Bond when actually they signed it. I thought he was sitting around the table when it was agreed and signed. So, okay. However, I think what you have shown this morning, Wayne, is that relationship has brought with it significant expertise and enabled us to get the quality of proposal that we have sitting on the table in front of us. And as you went through that, the extent of reach that your firm has been able to get across New Zealand is quite outstanding, and that's reflected sitting alongside our local mana whenua. I think that has produced what is just an outstanding design that, as you say, the vision is that it will transform the heart of this city. And we can see that happening already, because just the certainty that the private sector has with projects like this being developed and a sense that it's actually going to happen this time round, alongside we are seeing considerable private investment starting to take shape. And that must add to the excitement for you. It certainly adds to the excitement for the residents who make up this community. So really, really want to acknowledge the work that's happened and that expertise that Willis Bond have brought to the table. And then your willingness to work alongside mana whenua, which has just made it something quite special. This is an important day in the progress because this is the significant step for us to accept those preliminary designs. Of course, we're always focused on any cost increases. And as I said earlier, I think the fact that we've been able to incorporate as many sustainability features as we've seen, and still and make the changes, as you say, the whole Civic Whare Museum Exhibition Centre has been completely redesigned as it's evolved, as the needs and the use of it have evolved, and still show such a small increase in cost. I'd still like to see that brought down, obviously, to stick with the 303 million, which is sort of the agreement that we have from the community. But I'll come back to that. So I have a couple of things that I really want to talk about, and I have been involved with the landscape design, but this is the first time I've seen really some of those images. And we always see the pictures with the nikau palms and the natives, and that's great. But actually, these are places for people. So whilst we're designing sustainable buildings, we do have to have that same eye on the places where people will be gathering outside of those buildings. So the focus has to be on providing good shade. And I love nikau palms. I've got several in my garden, but they're not great at providing shade. So I understand the architectural value, but as we bring those exotics into that, there's not a lot of shade in some of those places in that upper part where the Civic Whare and the outside the library and those places. So I would like to see more thinking about shade whilst always protecting those views down to the moana. Second thing I want to raise is I think it's quite critical, and you didn't refer to it, but the art gallery is a critical part, an essential part of the whole campus. And I know that they have been working with Warrenamani and to help them open onto Masonic Park. I think it's quite important that, and this is probably more to Gareth, I'm not sure, but more it's quite important that we get that finished first up rather than do bits of it and have to come back when we've found some more money and do another bit. So I would like to see that whole project incorporated. Not moving stairways and things, but but those dual boxes and those initial thinking. Then the only other thing I want to say to Gareth is in the recommendations, recommendation D, I think we've got that the wrong way round, because our guarantee or our discussions with the community through the long-term plan amendment were that we would only put half of the proposed costs on the rates. So the critical thing is to protect that half. So that's the 151.5 million. That's the rates funding. If the costs do go up, then the compact that we have really is that we'll have to find that money elsewhere, and that we restrict what the contribution from the ratepayers is. And I think from the Commission's point of view, that was a bit of a contract that we made with the community in advancing these plans. So I would like to reword that, and I'm sorry, but I don't have a sensible suggestion. But it would be something like reconfirming that rate-funded debt would not exceed the 151.5 million for the program as a contribution to the program of works. And if we do get cost escalation, or we do want to put in some of the continued sustainability enhancements, we can do that, but we're not actually putting more on the ratepayer. We would do that knowing that that's extra money we would have to raise. And I'm happy to move that, the recommendations, and Bill happy to second it, and then we'll open it up for discussion. Okay, that's me. Bill.
Just a question first to either Wayne or Mike. Wayne, you talked about the changes that have occurred from May, June of this year, and then also and part of that has been the focus on sustainability, and that was part of the reasoning for removal of the floor in the library and community hub, but not the only reason, because there was overall rationalisation of space. Understand all of that, but the report, and I'm looking on page 25 of the agenda, and it's referenced elsewhere, also under paragraph 32 and 33, that we're aiming for a 6 Green Star rating. I'm really looking at some aiming for doesn't necessarily provide me with full confidence that we're going to end up in that space. So I'm really looking for some reassurance that that's an endpoint that we achieve, and what are the particular risks in getting to that point, given that was a focus of our discussions earlier on in the year in terms of rationalisation of spaces and floor plates, etc.
Sorry, the use of the language there is deliberate, but not meant to be mealy-mouthed. The standard by which we will apply will be the standard at the time when the building plans are submitted. So these standards change at the moment. So what we are confident is that based on the existing green standards, we would comply. So I guess aiming for is a little bit of acknowledgement that we're pitching for a standard that doesn't actually exist today. It'll be the standard. It could be the same, but this area is evolving quite rapidly. The other thing, and again, it's a technical thing and not meant to be weasel words, but technically even the Green Building Council won't guarantee until the building is built. So they can say, yes, these plans, if built, should give you, but it's not until the building's built they come in and give you the certificate. It's a bit like a warrant of fitness. It's not till they actually have the building that they can actually. So that's kind of why the language is chosen. And so the intent is very clear intent, and the message is that we're aiming for 6 star, and we want to get 6 star. If
we believed that there was a risk around getting that, we would communicate that very quickly back to yourselves.
One more comment. To mitigate that risk as well, we have lodged the buildings already under the green standards, which is the current standard, which will be changing shortly.
Thank you. I'd just like to make some comments, Chair, and to begin with, you touched on in terms of the role of commissioners chairing the steering groups. And I chaired the Library and Community Hub steering group. So I just wanted to take the opportunity, and that's been over the last year, to acknowledge the members of that steering group, which were a combination, obviously, of internal in terms of staff, but also I had a number of people who were external the organisation and were involved in one way or the other, whether they were involved in archives or running libraries in other parts of New Zealand. And that input, in my view, has been quite critical in terms of where we are today in respect of the Library and Community Hub facility. And also we looked at a number of other libraries and facilities ranging from Apultiki, Whakatane, Christchurch, Rolleston. So looking at how those facilities were run and the lessons learned over a period of time, and if they had their time over again, what changes they would make. So all that has gone into the mix. So I just wanted to acknowledge the input of those people involved in the steering group over the last year or so. The other thing I'd like to comment on is that as you, Wayne, have outlined, operating the precinct as a campus is absolutely key. So we don't have all of these buildings operated as silos with their own arrangements. And that's very important and a good example of what's happened with the rationalisation of space and understanding how it will all work. There is now community space provided in addition from the library and community hub in the museum. All that needs to, at the end of the day, operate as one. So really just wanted to re-emphasise that campus operation is absolutely key, but also picking up, it doesn't mean that everything's the same. And I think picking up the aspects about design, each of those buildings has its own, for want of a better word, unique characteristics in terms of the design. So it's not just seen as perhaps some of a traditional university campus approach where everything in some universities does look the same. I think the rationalisation of space and also bringing in a range of activities is actually, I think, been a certainly from my perspective and hopefully for those going to be working in those buildings, has been a very positive way forward in terms of library, community space, customer services activity, then the eyesight, kiosk and other activities, and having that dedicated community space that can actually be shut off for evening use. So we're ending up with, for want of a better word, spaces that can be reconfigured and reused depending on the need at a particular time. And there's also a minimum, looking at other library complexes, a minimum of walls. So that reconfiguration can occur and the uses aren't constrained by physical walls and the like. And I think that's probably about all I'd like to comment on at this stage. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Dean, for a great presentation. I think what you've given us today is a development that is truly transformational for the city. And when I think about it, we've come a heck of a long way when we first arrived as commissioners into the city and were shown through the former council buildings, only half of which were operable because it was a complete floor inoperable due to a leaky building challenge, and had been sitting that way since 2014 when there were calendars on the wall showing when people walked out of that floor with a car park right beside it. To what we now have is what I would define as a transformational development that will truly give Tauranga its civic heart. I asked John Brockies before whether or not the governance group was satisfied that the outcomes that we went into this project would be delivered, and he gave that assurance. And in fact, many more outcomes will be delivered in addition to what we started with. In particular, the very strong feedback that we had from the community through the LTP process that they wanted a environmentally sensitive and sustainable development that would really set the scene for the future for Tauranga and the leadership role that the council would play in achieving those outcomes. And they also wanted a development that enabled a greenway connection from the buildings to the waterfront. And the design that we have truly does encompass that. So to me, we are actually delivering more value out of this project than what it was when we came into it. And although we are at the moment $4-ish million over the original design cost, we remain hopeful that we'll be able to find ways to contain that when we come to more detailed design. But in any case, we'll make a commitment to the community that the amount that the ratepayers have to contribute to this and the recommendation as moved by the chair will ensure that there will be a cap on ratepayer contribution to the 151 point whatever it is $1 million. So to me, this is a proposal that delivers better value and will deliver the service outcomes within budget. And I think from that point of view, we've got real value. I was involved initially in the exhibition centre design process, which was subsequently picked up as a joint project with the museum by Shad. And what I can attest to as chair of the steering group during my time was that there was a very strong recognition of the need to meet operator needs, to make sure that the design of the building was going to deliver the service expectation that we went into. And that resulted in quite a significant change, as you've mentioned, Wayne, to the design of the seawing, which went from an elongated shape to a much more rectangular shape. And that's because the functionality of the rectangular shape just simply wasn't going to meet the needs of those who were exhibiting or running events. And so we had a very strong focus on end user need to make sure the design delivered to that need. And I hear Bill saying that the exact same process happened in the library. So from that point of view, I think it's a real credit to the team of recognising halfway through, when you've already got quite significant and well advanced designs, that actually we need to take a step back, change and do the redesign. And I think as a result of that, we've had a much better design and outcome. So I'm actually really pleased with where we've got to. We've still got a long way to go. We've still got a fair bit of money we have to identify outside. But I'm confident that we will get there just as we've got to this point, to this milestone. And I think the partnership with Willis Bond has actually proven itself in terms of the level of expertise and competence that's been brought to the table. So thank you to you all for the work you've done to date, and we look forward to carrying on at the same manner going forward. Thank you.
Everybody, thanks Wayne, Verity, Mike. Yeah, I do want to echo everybody else's comments. Probably the thing that kind of sticks out in my mind, and also reflecting on the process of going through a build, myself, a personal home build, and the iterative process that you go through in terms of refining, from concepts through to preliminary, through to detailed design. It is a process. You got to balance up I suppose the vision or and working with my wife in terms of getting that right. And then a process of refinement over time, bearing in mind the cost. And essentially that's what we're doing. We're working through that process. We did make commitments to the community through the LTPA, particularly around cost. We did get feedback in terms of the look and feel and the shape of the Te Manawataki o Te Papa, and we've taken that into account. Well, through the process, we've taken that into account and reshaped some of those things. Picking up the points about the environmental benefits that we could potentially drive through the building, and picking up Stephen's point, showing leadership, we've done that. So yeah, I'm really pleased with where we've landed, and compliment the team. It was only 12 months ago that we started this process, which we've 12 months down the track. We've been through concept. We're at preliminary design stage, and detailed design next year. There is a big program. It's put a lot of pressure on you guys, put a lot of pressure on the team to be able to deliver at pace where we've landed today. But I do want to compliment, I suppose, you guys in particular, but also the wider team, all of the consultants, the architects, the engineers, everybody that's been involved, the steering groups, and the experts that we've had on to provide us with advice and support through the process, and also the governance group. Things are moving at pace, but I do want to thank you for what you guys have managed to deliver. Still, as has already been said, still a long way to go though. But yeah, thank you.
I just asked the chief executive if he wanted to say anything. He said no, he'd only be echoing other people, but he just wanted to get on and build it. I think that's a feeling around the table. Gareth, one other thing, I think it would be helpful if in the new year we get a Site C report coming to us, that because a lot of it's sort of picking up through the executive report. There's a lot already happening, but if we just bring all that together and bring a Site C report back early next year.
You mean B or C?
No, C, the waterfront and the Strand.
Cool, thank you.
I only know it's C because I'm reading it. I never remember which one they are. We've got C, A, and B, which to me doesn't seem logical, but however. So we've just got this change to D. We're going to put that up so you can have a look at it. Know what you're being asked to vote on. Who's having trouble with technology today? Yep. So that's really what we said to the community. Are you happy with that, Mr. Seconder? Okay. So the motion then is to receive the report. Note that we're looking at a small increase in costs, but note that the cost estimates will be further refined during the detailed design phase. We're putting that in that gives comfort to the ratepayers that 151.5, not 151.5 million. Yeah, that's right. That's it. Gives comfort to the ratepayers, and then authorises the meaty bit of the recommendation is that we're authorising the chief executive to enter into a development commitment with Willis Bond to progress those designs at an estimated cost of 21.3 million, and that will come back to us for approval prior to entering into the development agreement. And all of that is part of the wider partnering agreement that TCC has with Willis Bond. So that's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
very much.
Significant step for the city. Okay, so that brings us then to item 11.2, which is the proposal to establish a CCO. Alistair, I presume you're going to be presenting this? Yep.
Morena, I will take the report as read, but I'd like to call out a few statements that came from the discussion we just completed as it relates to the CCO. And then I'd like to just highlight a couple of pieces of feedback from our ratepayers as well before taking questions. A lot of discussion that we just heard recognised that next year we're translating design into construction. And what we're considering is what the council needs to do to take assurance that in the next phase, when the risks change, that we have an appropriate level of assurance for our community. Part of that question goes to governance for the council. The ratepayers and also mana whenua have played a part in the design activity, and that's important that we recognise and continue that. But construction risk is different, and we'll need to think about what assurance will mean for that next phase. Value engineering and scope creep are skill sets in themselves, knowing what they mean, having experience in how to run those. So as we consider the next phase, we need to make sure that we're protecting the interests of the community. Another risk that was raised is the continuity, that the commission will change, that the governance will morph and evolve, and it's important for the stability of the project that we look ahead over its lifetime, that it has good bones, that we're protecting the success of the project as we go into further phases. So I'd like to touch upon just two pieces of feedback that I thought were interesting from the community, one in favour and one against. The one in favour that stood out to me as a theme was that specialists in delivering large projects for the city are going to be very important. And then secondly, there was one submission that said, look, if this works well, it could be used for other projects. So those stood out for me. Against one, that I thought that was a fair reflection of a lot of the feedback that went to the question, was that council employees should project manage the proposed civic centre and be held accountable for the mistakes and cost overruns. So simple, clear, those are the two sides of this. And on count, while varying degrees of representation and also articulation, I'd say it was about 50-50 in terms of the community feedback. So we're presented with two options. One is we can continue with the governance that we heard today, potentially amend it, or we could set up a CCO in accordance with the Local Government Act and in line with the previous reports as well. There's one mistake I just wanted to point out in the report, and that is in the executive summary, it was an incorrect report title. The correct report title there should have been options for delivery of Te Manawataki or Te Papa development. So other than that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Alistair. I too thought some of the comments were really interesting from submitters, and part of that is why I commented earlier when John and Puharaki were talking about what governance means. Governance is the role that is held accountable by the ratepayers and the community. That's governance. They are accountable to them for the operation of the management. Staff aren't. accountable to the community. They're accountable to the chief executive, who's accountable to the governance. And so the roles of governance and management too often, I think, in local government are mixed up. And so I have to say, Papamoa Residents and Ratepayers Association, who want councillors to be sitting on a group that's overseeing the actual construction, to me, is the recipe for disaster that we've seen in too many projects in local government, where the politicians, who are actually the governance and accountable to the community, are getting involved in the day-to-day management. And that's what they shouldn't be doing, which is why I sort of explained why we've taken a leadership role at the steering group level, which is a departure from that. And so the interesting thing is that misunderstanding of those roles is actually quite deep within our communities. But underneath it, if you have a look at underneath it, it is really about holding someone accountable. And that's why we have a democratic process in New Zealand, both at central and local levels, so that the community can hold their governance to account. And the actions of the staff are reflected back on that governance role. That's why it is so unusual for us to be in the position that we're in now, where we weren't democratically elected. That's not the norm, that's not desirable, but you could argue that to a certain extent, part of the reason we're here is because politicians did get involved in the day-to-day management. I don't know. Anyway, I just have, on top of that, I do have a comment to make on the recommendation. And that is that recommendation B we must not have a recommendation to look at another report for something. If we're having recommendations from another report, we need those actual recommendations in the body of this for transparency, so that the public who want to know what we're doing don't have to go to two different places. Central government does it too often. So, let's be sure in local government that we make it as easy for people to find out what are we doing. So in the recommendation, I would like to include in B the actual section C1 and 2 from the 14th of November report. Please. I'm sure we can do that. In the meantime, if I open it up to any other questions or comments, Shad.
Thanks, Alistair. I have a question. So if the Commission were to proceed with establishing a CCO, and in the report and next steps, you've kind of set out, I suppose, what those next steps are. In terms of timeframes, what would that look like?
Put in a chat. I think the goal would be that the group is in place prior to the end of the next phase, when the Commission would like to put shovels in the ground. So this next phase between January to, I think it's June, is still finalising those costs. And somewhere in there, the right blend of professionals would come together and make a start. So I would see us putting in place that CCO, preferably at the end of calendar quarter 1, perhaps calendar quarter 2. The single biggest delay is getting the blend of professionals, likely a small group together, but making sure that they work well together and that they understand the community as much as they understand the construction industry.
I'm happy to move the recommendations with your amendment of the additional information being included. In doing so, I think I've listened to the submissions, both sides of this equation, and very firmly hold the view that we need to have strong capability and expertise in our governance of this project, and establishing a CCO gives us the ability to bring that capability online. It is not a function of council staff normally to deliver a $300 million project. And this is a major project, and we need major project delivery expertise to make sure that we deliver on time and on budget. It's not only important to the council, it's critical to the community that they can have confidence that this project will be delivered. And it's also critical to the funders of the project outside of the council, that if they invest their funds into this project, they know that the outcome is going to be delivered. It is a significant shift to move away from design into contractual commitment on construction delivery. Things we hope will all go swimmingly well, but probability tells us there will be problems along the way. There will be cost increases, there will be risks that need to be managed. And for all of that to be done effectively, you need a governing group that have experience in major project delivery and how they cope and challenge our service providers to actually meet the contractual commitments that they've got. So I think it's critical that we do establish a CCO. I like the lean nature of what is proposed here. It is not a large structure. It's effectively a governance CCO who will then contract the necessary expertise as needed to work in partnership with the council to deliver this project and to also work with Willis Bond, our delivery partners. So I think it's the right thing to do and happy to move the motion.
Chair, but I'd, in doing so, just pick up the point regarding funding. And I certainly see the proposed CCO arrangement as providing a significant degree of confidence to our potential funding partners that what is proposed will be delivered, given that we will be seeking funding and commitments prior to, well, in some cases, either a spade in the ground or very early spades in the ground, and certainly some time from project completion. So I'd just like to pick up that level of confidence that it will provide to those potential funders going forward, which will be potentially those from this community in the various forms, but hopefully in terms of potential funding from government.
Got those two bits to come on up. Okay, so we're just going to add those in. So we probably need. So if you took out, so at the end of Te Manawataki or Te Papa Development Project, comma, and then put in subject to the final decision making following consultation. So we take out that subject and we put in its subject. So we've still got a resolution B. And then subject to the final decision making, agrees to conclude and take out that following in consultation with resolution B. And then get rid of the C. Get rid of the C. Does that make sense? Other eyes other than mine? Yeah, we don't. We're taking that out. That's it. That's going out. Yep. No, we haven't made the final decision to go ahead with it. This is not the final decision making. I don't know. Does that make sense? Alistair?
It does. The logistics, I think, are governed by the Local Government Act. When we come back and we have the correct documentation, we have the intent. So I would expect sometime the first half of next year for us to follow a normal CCO process. And I think the existing CCOs are also updating some of their statements next year as well. So we maybe tie it together so it's efficiently done.
Right, so moved by Stephen and seconded by Bill. Are you happy with that? Yep. Okay, so any further comments? I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you, Alistair. Oh, right, yes. So we've got, we're into 2 hours. So we have to take a 5-minute break. Stand up, shake yourself about, do something. Get your blood running again. Oh. Oh, goodness, he has scratched out.
Yeah, I know.
Goodness me, John.
Yeah, he's down here.
Oh, my goodness.
I had breakfast at 5:30. I could just about eat one of those.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yes, I just think we need to bring the whole of site C. It's a bit messy at the moment. Bits in the exempt before. And we've got a budget and then there's some transport money and. And we don't want to lift the pressure on the trust to release that half million. I must feel like we're doing right.
We're above that. We can rock above that.
Jump up and feel good. Yeah, I don't feel bride that much.
Holy hell. Yeah. It looks like a dark one there. I'm gonna.
Ghana. Rich dark, intense dark, and extra dark.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's only a check. No, he always brings chocolate because he came to the first LCP and he brought chocolate. There you go. You can have rich dark, intense dark, or extra dark. Pass them around. Is it working?
All good. So far today, it's gone well.
I had a lousy weekend because it rained the whole time, which meant I couldn't get out in the garden. Very
I blow money on that every time I go.
well, I couldn't go. When we went to the UK, my daughter loves the jelly tip. Okay, I think we'll get back to work. Thank you, John, for the sugar break. Very helpful. Okay, so this brings us to item 11.3, which is the Smith's Farm disposal. And Christine and
Curtis.
Doesn't look anything like either Christine or Joe, but welcome.
Tēnā koutou kia ora. Yeah, unfortunately, Joe couldn't make it today, so I'm sitting in her place to present the disposal classification and harper engagement for Smith's Farm. So I'd firstly like to acknowledge the comments made this morning by Ngai Tamarahu and their feedback on our proposals. Firstly, this paper seeks approval from Council that we've considered the requirements of the property acquisitions and disposal policy, that they've been satisfied in terms of it relating to mana whenua engagement. And we did have a hui on the 15th of November, and the key points out of that meeting was it was confirmed that there are no cultural sites of significance on this land that would affect the land being sold for housing. In general, mana whenua support housing on this site, and notes that the interest of mana whenua in purchasing the land on commercial terms. Secondly, we're seeking from this paper to classify the land as a strategic disposal under our property acquisitions and disposals policy. And thirdly, we wish to progress with the disposal of the Smith's Farm site via an open market process. And I wish to bring to the attention, there is a typo at the end of the paper under our classification, where under point 26, the recommendation should be option 1, not option 2. And at paragraph 30, the words are correct, but again, option 2 should be option 1. So there's a typo there, and I apologise for that. And the words for the method of disposal is to progress an open market approach to achieve the strategic objectives, noting that Hapu can participate in the market process. And I'll open it up for any questions.
Curtis, and I too want to acknowledge the presentation this morning from Ngai Tamarahu. I'm sorry. I mean, well, there's several things to be sorry. First of all, is sorry that council didn't make a decision 7 years ago, because they're quite right. We probably would have houses on that starting to be built on that site now. So that's the first thing that we can agree with them on. But I was sorry that they felt that we didn't think they were capable, because I don't think that's ever been in doubt. And B, that they felt we had sort of a moral obligation. But at the same time, they do need enormous recognition for the fact that they weren't asking for a handout. All the way through the conversation's been about commercial terms for the purchase of the land, and that needs to be acknowledged and recognised. And I think from our point of view, from the Commission's point of view, if they come through as a successful developer, then we would be doubly delighted. But as I said to them, we do have strategic objectives that we see this land being able to be used for, one of which is to contribute to the housing trust concept of that sort of perpetual fund that enables social housing in Tauranga to be able to be constructed and maintained. So that's quite a significant departure from the proposal that Ngai Tamarahu put to us in the first place. But the rest of it, I think the aims that we have for this piece of strategic piece of the strategic opportunity are not too far different from the same aims that Ngāi Tamarawāhu have. So, as you say, there's nothing holding them back from taking part in the process. And I think, and you know, I'm sure that the relationship will continue in a constructive and positive manner in the future. With a slight disagreement over this, accepted. They're disappointed. And the other thing that I wanted to bring up, and I lost my little piece of paper, is that I just wonder with the access way whether we still need the policy, whether we shouldn't be looking to revoke the policy around access from Westridge Drive, is it? Oh, beg your pardon. Okay. I couldn't understand what was on my piece of paper. It's all right. It's okay. I'll come back to it. Okay. So open it up for questions. Yeah.
Sorry, I don't have a question, but I do want to acknowledge the relationship that we do have with Ngāi Tamarawāhu, and it is really positive on a number of fronts, and acknowledge their contribution that they do make to the city and have made. So whether that's the conversations we've had on Te Manawataki or at Cliff Road or, Mission Street, and all those other areas. And we do have a productive relationship with them. I would strongly encourage them to put their best foot forward, given our objectives around housing and the mix of housing typologies, being able to deliver that into that gap that we talk about, and then to be able to reinvest whatever we are able to derive from Smith's Farm back into housing. So I would strongly encourage them to put their best foot forward in that regard, and I'm sure there's plenty of opportunities for them to get involved.
Recommendations, Chair.
Okay, so moved by Bill and seconded by Stephen. So we classify it as a strategic disposal, and for the reasons that we've outlined here. And then there's a further item where we talk about that open market process later. Any further discussion? All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. Council strategic framework. Is that Anne or is that Christine, right?
So Anne's got COVID. So this is the strategic direction Tauranga 2050. So back in June, you approved this to go out for public consultation. That process happened. We reported back in September on that feedback. At that time, you asked us to bring it back for formal approval and incorporate, where appropriate, the feedback from the community. So that has been done. It's intended that this is a document in a point in time. It will continue to be reviewed and updated over time, probably sort of at least every 3 years in the year prior to the LTP cycle, as we're doing here, and so that it can flow into that. The report summarises the feedback and how it's been responded to. If council is of a mind to approve this document, then what we will do is create a summary document that brings it together in a more simple, shorter form. So people who just want to, at a glance sort of thing, and people can drill down. So if you approve this, then we'll use that as our base, and that will go onto our website. And then the structure that sits underneath it is the action and investment plans, which we're working through, as you're aware, and those will flow through the next calendar year and again be reflected into the LTP for 2024 to 34.
Thank you. So I've got a couple of questions. What happened to the net?
Jeremy will give you an update on where that's at. It is progressing. It's been modified.
It's kind of, reading through the document, you're all over the place. It feels that you're all over the place, but that diagram which you reference in there brings it into a picture's worth 1,000 words.
It is, but this particular picture's got 1,000 authors as well, so there's creative differences which we just need to work through, and we are working through them. We didn't want to commit to something in writing on YouTube today because we haven't quite got all those bits lined up. It's coming. It's fundamental to the document. It'll be fundamental to what goes on the website. We just didn't want to make the same mistake we made a while ago, which is put something out and then everyone fixates on that something. If it's not quite right for every person, then we just got to backtrack on that. So we'd rather just say pause, and we'll work through all those creative inputs, and then when we've got what we need, then we'll publish it.
And bring it back to actually the 4 authors who've got to sign off on it.
Exactly right.
Okay. So my second question really is on, I hope you haven't printed it already, but on the front page, you talk about an annual review. Now, I'm assuming from the diagram later on that that's part of the annual report. So we're not proposing that there's a specific annual review of this, but as part of the annual report, we would be reporting against it. I just think we need to be making that clear so the expectation isn't that, we're going to do this special review every year.
It would be very much an internal review as you lead into each year's annual plan. Is it still relevant? What's missing? What's been done? What hasn't been done? Where are the gaps? Yep. But that's an internal one. So we can clarify the wording on that. Yep.
It's just that just needs tidying up on that very first page. I think, what is this document about?
Page 136.
That's it. Yep. That's it. Yep. And then in para 11, and Christine said it, but I'm assuming that the 3-year update is linked to the LTP. Yeah, because it doesn't say that; it just says a 3-year update, but it's that linkage to the yeah. Right. So that's my questions, Bill.
Thanks, Chair, and I'm delighted, Christine, you talked about the preparation of a summary document, because I see that summary document is that, for the one with the word, the plain English version, and because when I look at phrases such as water sensitive city, I'm not actually too sure what actually that means and what the implications are. I've got an idea, but in terms of the wider community understanding that. And I think also that summary could have some commentary around the underinvestment that we're endeavouring to address in terms of community amenity and facilities, and some plain statements such as the planting of trees, etc. So I see that summary as quite an important translation of what's here in terms of understanding to the community, other groups, etc. To move, Chair.
Recommendations, yep. And Shad?
Yep, I second it. Yeah, I think, this is a iterative process, one of those things of refinement. And yeah, I suppose from my point of view, I think everything's there. It's just how we communicate it, I suppose, making it clear, particularly for the community, particularly for stakeholders to understand how all of this kind of fits together. I think we understand that, from a vision, from the strategic outcomes and how that all flows through to action investment plans and then feeds back into long-term plans. It's in here, but I think, I think from a communications point of view, making sure that the people that we deal with, whether that's stakeholders or the community, fully understand that. Yeah, so I'm happy to second the motion.
Thank you. I think there's some quite good, I guess, where you've included some key projects, and then there's others like moving around the city. There's quite a lot of projects that you've been able to pull out that are sort of key things that the community can hold us accountable for, because they'll be in the LTP. What's missing is, I guess, some of the others that we're hoping will come through in the action and investment plans. And even when I look at some of the housing stats, we do need to think about how we put some of those into it, so that we can give the community a clear idea of what that pathway looks like to achieve some of those goals. So, you're working with what you've got, appreciate that. So what we have to do, I think, as part of that LTP is make sure that we give you some clear KPIs that can go in for the council to be working towards. And they're not there at the moment. So the staff have done a lot of work. Congratulate you getting to this stage with this. I think it is the right thing to do to sign this off by the end of the year, and then we work next year to get some of those action plans developed, and then that will deliver some of those KPIs that you can't put in here. Okay. Any further comments? No. All those in favour say aye. Against, carried. Thanks, Jeremy. And that brings us to the executive report. And we start off with infrastructure. It's a new face.
Good morning. I'm doing a poor imitation of Nick Johansson, but I'll put my glasses on like Nick would. Yes, there's quite a lot happening in the infrastructure group. I'll touch on a few of the items. Our sustainability and waste team, they've been quite active in launching the summer waste campaign and intending to try and keep curbside collections running as smoothly as possible through the summer period when we have a large influx of holiday makers. So it's structured largely around that, the campaign around their holiday makers, but also strengthening the messaging for our residents as well, because there is excessive rubbish and recycling requirements over that period as people start partaking in a bit more celebratory activities. The team's also
a nice way of saying they use more bottles.
Yes. The team also introduced some new diversion options since May, and this is around batteries, e-waste, treated, untreated timber, and those are pretty significant numbers that have been diverted from previously going into landfill. Now, more towards my sort of area of interest, water supply. The Waiari project is getting to the end of its sort of project life, and where we are getting to the really cool stuff. So the unit processes have all been commissioned. It's really going very well, and we're well into the end-to-end commissioning of the whole system in its entirety, and should by middle of this week be able to activate the plant, and we can bring water into the city. So that's a good news story. And the team have also been very active in getting the national water safety plans that we're required to do with the new regulator, Taumata Arawai. We have been one of the first water service water suppliers across the country to submit our water safety plans, which are a significant piece of work. I believe you have seen them in a previous presentation. But yeah, many other councils are still grappling with that, and obviously we are helping some of our neighbours to get a better understanding around that. And then just touching on some other work going on in the infrastructure planning area. So with the spatial planning around intensification in 3 of the areas, Te Papa, the Western Corridor and Tauranga West. So on the water side, we're doing a bit of work there on a study to really look at how we can create a far more resilient system that can handle that with growing population and so on. And then the stormwater management plans for Te Papa and Tauranga West, which will look at upsizing some capacity in the system, but also, obviously to try and deal with future flooding challenges, but also on the stormwater runoff quality to try and improve on that. As I say, those are aligned with the spatial planning, city planning, and the zone changes that are going to come about. And and then those projects will feed into the long-term plan review. So there's a bit of a flavour of infrastructure. Probably skipped over a few other things.
No, that's good. Thank you. I think congratulate the staff on the summer waste campaign. And I heard a radio ad this morning as I was coming into work. But I would like to see us, because we know that this is a point of we had a lot of feedback after last holiday period. So I would like to ask that we actually have a report when we come back next year on how it went. So sort of monitor how it went and assess whether we've done enough, particularly around the public spaces, which we've had a lot of feedback from residents on. So yep, we've done some good things, but it would be good to monitor it and just see, given the numbers that flock to the area over the holiday period. Sam's disappeared, but I did raise the Tauranga redevelopment design at the final mayors and chairs of the Bay of Plenty just prior to the elections, and there was a lot of interest, and we asked that our staff liaise with staff and other councils, and I was just wanting to check whether that's been happening. Chief Executive, do you know?
I don't know, but I can follow up and find out. Yeah, I'm sure Sam would have followed up from that meeting, but I can come back with details.
Yeah, I think I have raised it at the initial Bay of Plenty mayoral forum that that waste is something we can work on regionally, whether it's particularly whether it's industrial waste. So it'd be good to know that that's still working its way through. That's me. Anything else, Bill?
Thanks, Stephen. Really, in terms of stormwater management, and the report talks about what you're looking at in terms of in the future, and particularly in relation to the spatial planning work. But do we look at stormwater quality improvements as part of any upgrading works that we're undertaking now? For example, obviously Cameron Road, other roading works, other initiatives.
The short answer is yes, what we do. So whenever an opportunity arises, whether it's a blue or a green solution and not just a grey solution, we're seeking those out here. Yeah.
Thanks, Stephen. Thanks for the report. I interested in actually in a number of the areas, but in particular the the corporate sustainability plan, and so really interested in see how that develops and come back to us, I think, in late 2023. I know the council does a lot of work in terms of the way it manages its waste. I'd be interested in the energy efficiency savings as well, but also transport. And I know we're doing a bit of work in that procurement space as well. But I do have a couple of questions, and it relates to the drainage services part of the report. And we are doing work on, I can't remember, stage 5 in Wairakei. And just want to ensure that we are following the consent requirements, which requires us to, and I suppose I know this because we're dealing with it at Palm Grove, that we engage with mana whenua we're engaging with affected residents and the wider community. Just want to make sure that we're continuing to do that. And then my last comment is on, similar to Bill, with the Te Papa and Tauranga West stormwater management plans. I assume these are linked into Plan Change 27, but also with a focus on this particular catchment, over time will we put a focus on other catchments across the city? So whether it's the Mount Industrial or Mount Maungani Residential, Papamoa, will we manage this work over time across the city? And this is, I don't know, part one.
Yes, and I think there's if I may, there's also the challenge of with transitioning to the new Three Waters in the future, is that it's been made clear in the, well, now it's the Act, that the city will be the plan makers and the entities will be the plan takers. So setting up that relationship between city and water entity is going to be critical. And you know, we're going to have to work our way how that, the T's and C's around that are quite critical. So yes, all those areas, Shad, we have to really make sure that as a city we've got those aligned with what the water services entity is doing.
Thanks, Stephen, for the report. And I was going to give Nick a bit of a hard time because transport wasn't included in the infrastructure summary, but I'll let you off that one. But I guess this is not specifically infrastructure related, but more in terms of the executive report. I always really appreciate receiving the executive report because it kind of brings together in one place a summary of all of the initiatives that are underway across the council in a narrative that tells us what's going on and keeps us up to date with what's happening. And I think that's something we need to retain. But I do think that it kind of misses the point in terms of some of the overarching outcomes. Are we delivering or aren't we? So if I think about transportation, you know, what really counts to the community is congestion getting better or is it declining? Is our roads safer or not so safe? Are we emitting more carbon or less carbon? In our regulatory, how many houses are we delivering? Are they meeting market need? Are we really addressing the affordability challenges or not? If I think about community services, I know that separately we receive reports on levels of satisfaction and whatnot, but in terms of, you know, overall usage, are people enjoying the experiencing that they're getting? Are numbers up or down across the amenities that we've got? So the kind of macro view by department of how are we delivering and what's the trend over time? Is it getting better or getting worse? And I think that to me, from a governance perspective, is the missing piece. So we've got a fantastic story here about a whole bunch of really good initiatives across the organisation, but you don't get a sense if you were standing back and saying, well, is the organisation delivering the key outcomes that we said we would? And what are the metrics around that? What are the KPIs and are we delivering on those? And I think if we were able to bring that into this report, it would be much richer still than what it is now. And I know a lot of this information is at various different places around, so I get quite a bit of the transporty stuff through Smart Growth. I get a bit of the housing stuff through Smart Growth. But this is the one point that's kind of public to our community, our people in the city, where they can kind of come and get all of this in one place. So what I'd be keen to see is that we have a bit of a work program next year to think about how we can enhance the executive report process. When I first came, I spoke about the need to have a dashboard. And to me, this could potentially be the dashboard that combines both the macro, you know, what are the key outcomes as a general manager of a department are you seeking to achieve, and are we delivering on that? And then the narrative then supports how we're delivering on that. I think it would be a great combination. So just a thought and a recommendation for our work program next year.
I don't really want to comment other than the fact that, yes, you're right. I think what we've got here is a snapshot of activity that's happening across the organisation, but not necessarily tangible measures of delivering outcomes. And I'd like to think that through the long-term plan process and the metrics that we have to build into our next long-term plan that get reported through our annual report, we can start including some of that. I'm also conscious that you've got the urban growth report that comes through Christine, which talks about how we're going and developing our settlement pattern, but we don't have an equivalent for transport. Maybe what we need to do is look across the key activity areas and find out what those metrics are that are important to be able to tell a story of progress. Whereas at the moment, it just seems that we've got different reports reporting to different forums and a melee of narrative and not necessarily hard metrics.
I wouldn't want to get away from the story that the executive report tells, because council is a very complex beast and there's a lot of things happening, and this is an opportunity. And I know that the managers pick and choose what goes in it. So it's not even a full account of what's happening, but I do think Chief Executive's right, and we get different understandings at different times of what's happening. Although we have been asking for quite some time to know how many houses have actually been built every year, and we still haven't got that. So there is an opportunity, I think, next year to talk about what are some of those key metrics that will give confidence to our community that this organisation is actually delivering on some of those key results that we talk about in the long-term plan. Thank you, Stephen. Anything else before we let Stephen off the hook on infrastructure? Community services?
I was going to say, just recognising what Commissioner Stephen said, I think that when I read through this report, or when we're challenging what stays in and what goes out, so that we don't make it too long, the report does summarise an awful lot of really positive projects and initiative that the team are very proud and do want to show off, but very cognizant of your comments, Commissioner. A couple of things I'd like to identify. While it may not seem a huge project, we have the first accessible changing facility in Tauranga, and that's something that it's been a while coming, I understand, and that we're very proud of. And while for us it might not seem a big deal, for some people in our community, this is a significant facility. I understand it allows some people the opportunity to undertake events or join in more in family life than if they didn't have that facility. A couple of other things is LIMS. We've noted that there is a bill at the moment talking about changes to the LIM processes under the Local Government Official Information Act. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. That potentially means quite a change to our LIM process and the information that we provide. And we're always very cognizant of the liability, I guess, that goes with providing correct LIMS. The other thing I just wanted to touch on is, while many of us are hanging out for the next week and a half and looking forward to a break over Christmas, a lot of our staff work through Christmas, contact centre, some of the the infrastructure staff, but also for some of our staff, it's actually a ramping up. So it actually becomes a very busy time, and even Paul's acknowledged that in one of his paragraphs. But for the events team in particular, it's an extremely busy time of the year. So they'll be out there working, supporting events in the community. So I'm happy to answer any questions if I can.
Barbara, I always find it interesting when people discuss public holidays and who should work and who shouldn't. They always forget, when they want to take the holiday, that it means that other people are working in order to give them the enjoyment of their holiday. It's one of those life's little ironies. I wanted to congratulate the staff who moved the coronation toilets because that was done in a speedy way, in a very, very, it was absolutely needed before the cruise ships started coming back in, but they did a great job. So I do want to pass on congratulations for that. But there's a couple of other things I know my colleagues shared. And then Bill.
Thanks, Barbara. I just want to make a couple of comments. Bill and I attended the launch of the homeless and housing dashboards, and it's a great tool. I've been on there and had a bit of a titch around, and I kind of encouraged everybody else at the event to also do that. But using the data, I found really useful, and I managed to work through. I don't know how, just kind of work my way through it to try and get an understanding around household composition and the relationship between the demographics and household composition. It was interesting that 50% of our homes across the whole city are either one or two person households. I found that really fascinating. There was a stat raised by those presenting out in Omakaru. It's 67%. So it kind of makes you think about, we've got people living in large houses and there's only one or two people in there. So, which kind of makes me think about, how do we provide for the needs of, say, an aging population? One to two bedroom, I think, is probably the kind of market that might best suit them to free up some of those bigger houses. Anyway, just a comment. But I found the tool really useful. There's some really good information on there. The migrants Pōwhiri Day, I went over to Whareroa, and it was a great way for us partnering with Ngaitirangi and with Tauranga, the multicultural Tauranga, and just seeing the level of collaboration and relationship that we have with them. And the feedback that I got from some of the migrants there, just kind of feeling more connected, having that chance to be welcomed onto a marae, or to be welcomed by the community, to be valued as a value member of the community, making Tauranga their home, and feeling connected. So, in terms of our core values, being an inclusive city, it's a great initiative. And just one question in relation to the places and spaces, the Eden Crescent connection. I was speaking to a friend yesterday who lives down there, and understand that the blessing's going to occur in early 2023. He indicated to me that there are people using it. Is it open, or he did say that people were currently using it?
Yes, it is open. I'm one of those people, and it is. But there's still some work to do before around the artwork and to finish it before.
Cool. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Shad's covered off on the first one in terms of the dashboards, but just to add to that commentary and really support the comment in the report, Barbara, about the data and insights across the full housing spectrum. So one source or one ability to go to the dashboards and get all of the data. I see that as absolutely key, not just part of it in terms of parts of the housing spectrum. So just supporting the commentary there. And the other one, in terms of the planting of trees on Monganui Road, all good. And in terms of some size, so support that. Just wanted to talk about when we do all of that, we also maintain it once we've done all the planting. So not a new issue, I'm just making sure it's reiterated again.
Sorry, can I just get clarification? You're talking about size trees?
Yeah, support that.
And look after them.
You have to for the first year if you don't want them to die. I just wanted to comment on the Welcome Planting Day and the fact, and it sort of ties into what Shad was talking about, the welcoming committee ceremony at Whareroa Marae, but we did a citizenship ceremony 2 weeks ago with just on 70 people from 22 different countries, and there's another one this week which is about 120 to 130 people. So there's a significant number of people becoming citizens of this city. We talk about, it's growing. Well, they're coming from all over the world to make this their home. And so that planting day is, a number of them came up to me after the last one with the voucher saying this is just fantastic. You can see some of the comments there. Anything else on community services? No? Okay, so takes us to Chief Financial Officer, is that right? Yeah.
Very brief from me this month. Really just an update on airport, which I guess two things. One is we're back to pre-COVID levels, which has been a continuing trend, and second is the work around car parking has commenced. Well, the first stage of that was around a taxiway relocation, and that's expected to be done by Christmas, and then the bulk of that work will roll out in the new year. So I think I wanted to bring to your attention.
Be too disruptive around Christmas time. I mean, I don't know about pre-COVID levels of service. It's not necessarily, it might be from our airport. It's not necessarily from Air New Zealand, given experience lately, but moving those taxi ranks, it's not going to be too disruptive at Christmas time when a lot of people are coming in and out.
No, so it's not the taxi ranks, it's taxiways, so it's actually on the air side.
Oh,
so
okay.
so yes,
Okay.
there'll be no disruption.
Right. Anything else? Yeah.
Thanks, Paul. What's the timeline for the car parking? As a frequent user of the airport, constantly trying to find the space, the quicker we can bring that on, the better.
I will double. I will double check, but I understand it's the first half of next year. But I'll just double check the exact timing.
Paul, just around the Sulphur Point master plan work, just understanding when that will be completed by, but the interest is more around ensuring the alignment between any proposal that we accept for development on the reclassified land and how that integrates with the master planning work. So there's one overall scheme at the end of the day that's well integrated.
That's right. So the lease tender goes out in January next year, and that will continue to work closely with the master plan work in terms of ensuring that alignment. So yeah, it definitely will be well aware of the need to keep that alignment there. Yep.
Moving on to strategy, growth and governance.
So a small number of items, as most of our matters go to Strategy, Finance and Risk Committee. Probably the one I want to highlight is the Greta Marawawa study. So there was a number of matters raised by submitters and some work happening by other parties, which it seemed appropriate to defer the deliberations until that work has been done. In particular, New Zealand Thoroughbred Racing has made the decision that there shall be only one racecourse in the Bay, and their work through the Racing Working Group location options assessment is underway. And also there's some work happening by Te Whati Ora around health provision needs and opportunities. So we'll be able to report back probably by the end of the first quarter next year as to how that's progressing and when the information will be available to enable deliberations to proceed. We have notified all the submitters.
Thank you, Christine. I've got a couple of things. First of all, when you look at local government turnout from 1962 to 2022, there's hardly a case made for major change. Really, the reality is over that 60 years, the voter turnout has been in the 40%. So I appreciate that when something changes, people get excited. So 1989, when there were a lot of boundary changes, and when the Auckland Council was established, can anyone remind me what was 1998 that got everyone excited? Does anyone remember? No? Can't remember, no. But actually, there is no great case for change in my mind made around that. I did want to talk about Gret and Marawaiwai, and I think we made the decision to wait, particularly around New Zealand thoroughbred racing, but also to see if we got more information on the health needs for the region. Given the changes that are being made, and we're losing our sort of local voice with the disestablishment of the DHB. But I just wondered about the golf club and whether we could start talking with the golf club about their future needs now, because all three options that are on the table, the golf club remains. I'm aware that they are starting to think about their next master plan for the club. I mean, they were one of the ones that approached us in the first place because they do have capital investment and they wanted certainty of tenure. We could make it clear to them what's come through the consultation, which is better access to Koperere Rua Valley, which they've indicated they have some ideas about how some of that could be done earlier rather than later. More use of the clubhouse by the general public, which they've indicated they would welcome, and then perhaps working on their master plan based around what might or might not happen. But it just seems that they could be given a bit of certainty at this earlier stage, without compromising anything else.
My understanding is that there is work happening on that, particularly from their end, but certainly we can re-engage with them around some of those opportunities. So, yep, we'll pick that up again.
Anything else? Yep, Shad.
I just want to make a comment about the Takawangi unit. I know they're doing quite a bit of work in the background, trying to support us with a number of projects across the city. And I just really want to acknowledge, I suppose, the work they are doing. So whether that was with Portarefi, so getting that MOU signed, yes, it's taken a little while for us to get there. And then also with Waiari recently, and moving forward with commissioning and getting that underway. It can be challenging trying to manage those relationships, and public works has always been an issue for mana whenua, and so navigating those processes, I think, can be quite tricky. But I do want to acknowledge, I suppose, the work they are doing in the background.
I think their resources are getting a bit stretched as a result. Yep, corporate services.
Mixed bag across a number of themes. Firstly, with the media, with the Prime Minister, we saw a huge uptick in media coverage, but then along comes a local government election, and then down goes the score as well. So it was great. We still tend to get very positive numbers out of the city centre, but again, you get trumped by other stories as well. On the digital front, from a supply chain perspective, we've now standardized forecast for supply chain for a laptop or resource for projects. It's typically 6 to 12 months out, and it's not too far away from construction too. We know with certainty now how far we have to plan if we need to order microchips. In saying that, we are playing with new technology. We had a look at augmented reality for playgrounds in the last month. So this is the idea that when the kids go into the playground, they're taking their phone anyway. So what would happen if they held their phone up and there was a dinosaur, or there was a story about what used to be here, or even in the inner city? The technology still has a way to go, but it's important we continue to look and what it could mean for our city. And we have a small-scale trial going on with Takawangi unit at the moment. And I think we'll continue on into the new year exploring that. And then finally, this time of the year, as teenagers begin to look at what they're going to do next year for study, our Tauranga Moana Futures program begins to look at where we're going to work with cadets and tertiary students and make sure that we've aligned as much as we can.
Questions? Yep.
Thanks, Alistair. Your story actually of the virtual reality reminded me of the video clips that were covered under the infrastructure report, which if any of you have had a chance to have a look at, I clicked on the one for Cameron Road, which is, it's about a 16-minute film clip from a road development in the 1950s. And it was commented in the report how the health and safety standards have shifted. Have they what? I mean, there were kids standing in and around the bulldozer as it pushed the dirt. Amazing. And they were actually having a hell of a time enjoying themselves. So there you go. But the ability to be able to actually tell the story of what the history of a particular location would be in virtual reality like that would be pretty incredible. So the ability to digitize many of our film history and whatnot, I mean, there's an amazing opportunity there. I don't know what the logistics and costs are, but I think it'd be really powerful.
I think for attention spans, we might shrink 16 minutes, but the principle of visual storytelling, I think we're going to see an increase in demand because that's what our community wants.
We're fascinated by looking at pictures even 30 years ago of I mean, in a city like this that has grown so fast, it is fascinating when you look at some of the older images. I know that art exhibition that had all the photographs, I can't think of the name of it now, the past photographs, and then you could put in new photographs, and people are just absolutely fascinated by it. So not just kids would be putting their phones up. I reckon some of the adults would be too. Shad.
I think it's a really great initiative because, you know, we've just installed the kiosk down the bottom of Wharf Street, and I understand, you know, those quite costly. So if there are different ways we can kind of connect with community, so using virtual reality and augmented reality type products, I think would be great. You know, I mean, in terms of, it's probably the cost of establishing that, but once they're there, then anybody has access to it. You don't necessarily need the full physical digital screens and that kind of thing. So looking at those types of initiatives, I think is great.
That brings us to, I was just going to comment that the staff turnover is remaining reasonably steady. Still would like to see it a bit less, but steady. Yeah. Regulatory and compliance.
You will see through the report. You'll see through the report some of the patterns that will be reported to you anyway when you're talking in the community. Building applications have been slowing down a lot, about 15% of what they were last year, and certainly a lot lower than the start of the year. It's a pattern in our resource consents as well. So relatively stable, but quite down on previous year. I think to your point, Chair, how many houses are we building? We can provide you that information. We know for November, it's not in the report, but we had 58 residential building consents issued in November with 81 new dwelling units. So we can break that down over the growth areas in Papamoa, Otamotai. We'll provide that information through to you for the next report.
The certificates of completion are the really gritty ones. And it's interesting to see the gap between consents and completions too over time. And
we can provide that, yep. At the last report, we provided an overview of a new expert panel that we were pulling together to provide our 3 waters and transport reviews that were obviously a team with a very busy team, and those delays were becoming problematic. So that expert panel is working really well, 5-day turnaround now. So the applicants are really, really pleased with that, and we'll keep that going. As Barbara said, really busy time across the city for events. So our alcohol licensing team have been working through a huge number of special licenses coming through. And you'll know the freedom camping rules have changed. So the team are gearing up with some support from MB, which is great to get some additional funding for education. But the team are gearing up, ready to work through summer and a lot of freedom camping issues that come through with the events that we've got in the city. And really, finally, just some great feedback we received from the community on our animal services events through October, November. The Bark in the Park was great. People want to see it again, so we will definitely provide that again.
Good. So while we're talking dogs, it's really good to see, some interesting things happening for dog owners. So there was talk of an upgrade at the pound. So has that happened? And if it has, I think we indicated that in the new year we might want to come and have a look. Nodding head, it has happened.
It is underway at the moment. So all of the designs and works will commence in the beginning of the year, and we will definitely have you down there when we can cut the ribbon.
Yeah. No, we're quite interested to have a look. Obviously, there's been quite a lot of community concerns expressed, so it'd be good for us to see the work that's actually happened. Okay. Bill.
Thanks, Sarah. And I do like that trajectory of the green line in terms of compliance with the timeframes for processing that are outlined on 108, and for the team to keep up the good work. But my question's around the commentary at paragraph 110, where you talk about the more complex inspection types, and there's a average wait time of around 15 days, if I interpret that correctly. So given the amount of construction work, and if I use the CBD as an example, that's either underway or about to start, I'm just wondering what your view is about, because 15 days on the face of it, what's that, 3 weeks seems a long time in terms of addressing that, if we're wanting to keep up the momentum that people are getting underway on in terms of those complex construction projects.
Certainly something that the team have been working on and looking at options for how we can get staff on the ground with the complex building consents, and it might be a complex residential or complex commercial. It's actually the inspectors have to be graded appropriately to undertake the inspection. So not only are they long, they might take half a day or a day, but they need to have those specific qualifications in order to do that. We're building the team through, and you'll see we've got that graduate program, and we're making sure everybody's got access to be trained, and starting to look at whether we can have some of the, we'll call it a residential 3 inspection done by a residential 2 class. That person can go in, because we've got more of those people, and then just peer reviewed by somebody back in the office to make sure they've covered off all the things that need to. So as we're waiting for all of that expertise to come through the organisation, we are looking to bring that down further.
Thanks, Sarah. I don't know if this is a question for you or probably Nick, and it relates to that matter about how we're reporting, and it's around parking, but tracking, I suppose, the parking fines and those kinds of things. Given we've reinstated the parking meters, and now looking around on a lot of the main streets, there are spare spots. So just trying to get an understanding where people are moving to. Now, on Wednesday, we also took a walk up onto Cliff Road, and there was spaces up on the Cliff Road car park. There were lots of spaces, and looking down over on Dive Crescent, there were lots of spaces on Dive Crescent. So I don't know if it's for you or for potentially Nick at some point, but actually getting a handle on where are people moving to. So a lot of the workers now, we've pushed them hopefully off the street and into off-street parking. So whether the car parking buildings are filling up, But actually, it would be really good to get a handle on that and then to be able to track that over time.
Yeah, just before Gareth starts, anecdotally, I understand that the car park buildings are full. Yeah, so what we have seen is a movement off the street into those car parkings. It's probably worth also, Gareth, after you've spoken, Alistair, speaking about just the experience that our parking wardens are having on the street, chasing gold coins. Yeah, $1 parking, it's created quite an issue.
It's an interesting question. I'm still a student of local government, but one of the things I'm realizing is that there are a number of staff who are subject to abuse. And as leaders, it's on us to protect them and help them out when those things happen, but also look at the patterns. Now, having a police officer as a chief executive means that he is familiar with how to deal with the public, but not everybody receives that training. And if I have a planning background, or if I'm in customer services and then I go on the road to issue car park tickets, or I deal with a developer, and I think next year we have to get the balance right between empowering staff to say, look, this is our job. We're community facing and it's okay because this is what you do and these are the tools you need, versus explaining that service, making mistakes, we fix them, we move on, but also our staff know that it's not okay to be spoken to that way. So we're just trying to strike that balance, because every road cone we put out is potentially another situation where our staff are put in a position. So we just got to strike that balance in terms of well-being.
Just follow up your point, we are looking into trying to understand where people have moved to, and that's part of a broader piece of work we're doing at the moment to look into what we're calling some short-term tactical interventions in the city centre in regards to making more parking available, because as part of our plans through the City Centre Action Investment Plan, we are planning to remove some car parks in key locations. So obviously we don't want to do that and not look at ways that we can supplement the available stock in other parts of town. So hoping to sign off a terms and reference for that piece of work with our transportation friends in the next 24 hours and set a member of staff free on that, looking at, like I said, short-term interventions, but then also looking at the tidal wave, I'd say, of parking need that's coming to our city centre over the next couple of years as development continues to progress. So we've got a lot of vertical capital builds coming online, and we know for Te Manawa or Te Papa, for example, that's potentially 200 trade vehicles a day needing to get near that site. So what does that mean for the city at any given time? So we're starting to look forward now and go, okay, well, how do we deal with that? How do we plan for that? And I think it's going to involve some creative solutions so that there's not, 200 plus utes looking for a car park in the city centre all day, every day for a couple of years. So that's also part of the terms of reference of the piece of work we're doing at the moment.
Confess, it did feel a bit funny to use my credit card to book up $2 worth of parking in the main street, but I did it. Okay, anything else? That brings us nicely to city development and partnerships. Gareth.
Thank you. Just a couple of things. Just on funding, pleased to announce that we received confirmation a couple of weeks ago that the first tranche of Better Off funding from the government has been approved. So that's $12.1 million going towards the Te Manawa project, which is it's a step in the right direction in terms of where we've got to get to, but it's a positive one nevertheless. And the same team has a mandate to raise funding for other parts of the business. So they've also managed to secure $1.5 million worth of external funding to support the delivery of the destination skate park over at Mount Maunganui. So that allows us to build something that is significantly better than we were originally planning, which is exciting for our community. And just on the project front, obviously we're 3 weeks away from the railway underpass project going in and closing down the Kiwi Rail corridor for 3 days, which is a pretty significant undertaking. And I know the team are working flat out to have all of those ducks in a row ready to go for the 3rd of January. to be able to realise stage 1 of the Memorial Park Walkway project, and just in regards to stage 2, which is the basically Tunks Reserve to Memorial Park end of the project. I've been spending the last 3 weeks or so doing one-on-one stakeholder engagement with all of the residents and landowners that are directly impacted by the concept of a walkway going in from Tunks down to Memorial Park. I think we're about halfway through, or a bit over halfway through, and it's been an interesting exercise. Received some really great feedback from the community in terms of what's important to them and where we need to focus our energies, and the plan of the exercise that we'll be able to reflect that feedback in the concept design that comes out for proper consultation in March next year. So yeah, that's been an interesting and yeah, I'm going to say enjoyable process.
It's the 4th, 5th and 6th of January, not the 3rd, because the 3rd's still a public holiday.
Correct.
Yep, Bill.
Not so much a question, Chair, but I'd just like to, Gareth, in terms of the destination skate park, I thought there was some very good messaging, a very good message there from the tech trustees in terms of that collaborative co-design approach and what those opportunities may be in the future for other community type facilities. So I thought it was an interesting and really supportive perspective that the tech trustees had on working with the groups who will actually use it.
Yeah, the model for that engagement was based on the work that Guy Prothero did for the Accessible Streets project, which obviously didn't go forward, but made a real connection with the community in terms of genuinely involving them in how we designed that idea. So they rolled out the same kind of concept for the destination skate park, and from memory, I think they had 20 plus members of the community, and they had a really enjoyable process to come up with something that was pretty unique and well suited to the needs of the local community.
Which I was going to comment on the Memorial Park walkway area too, and again that is going to the affected community without a plan. So saying to them, this is what we want to achieve, you've got interests, how do you think we can protect your interests but achieve our objectives as well? And I think that's the difference between engagement and consultation, which often is, this is what we're going to do, tell us what you think. And that is proving to be less and less effective in actually engaging the community in what we're trying to achieve.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct, and it has been a little unusual. People have been expecting us to put something on the table and say let's debate it. But you're exactly right. What we're trying to do is understand the individual needs of each particular landowner because they are different. And we've identified 3 different zones. One's obviously at the escarpment where most of the properties are at the top. There's the city link end, and then there's obviously the Memorial Park end where most of the properties are down right at the water. So they have very, very different needs and different concerns. And so the idea of this engagement is to make a face-to-face connection, build a relationship, but also hear those concerns so that if at all possible, we can reflect those concerns in the concept design that we put on the table. And we know there's always going to be feedback during that process, but if we've managed to already address 6 out of 10 concerns for that resident, or 4 out of 10, or 8 out of 10, well then theoretically, hopefully, the concept design will land better, and we'll have a different kind of conversation about where we end up in terms of a preferred way forward. So, yeah, it's definitely, people have been a little flummoxed initially by turning up with, I'm not going to say nothing to show, because we have got some theoretical models for what it could look like, but it's definitely not a concept design. But I'm going to say it's been, to date, to touch wood, well received.
Thanks, Gareth. I do like in the report at I think 45 to 48, sorry, 145 to 148, the partnership arrangements that we have across the CBD working with others. So whether that's university or the High Court, and given that everybody's got aspirations to grow and develop. Probably my question is, I walked up Devonport Road this morning and the Craig's investment, they've got hoardings up, but there's nothing on them. I suppose I kind of saw it as a blank canvas. I think some young people might see it as a blank canvas as well. And so, I kind of don't want to see it defaced with a whole lot of, so we've done a great job around Te Manawa in terms of, this is what it's potentially going to look like. And hopefully to encourage others to do the same so that the public get to see, actually, this is what our investment's going to look like over the next couple of years. So whether that's Craig's or Dean Waddell down towards Harrington Street. So yeah, I just hate for this, for us to see these blank plywood walls over the next couple of years covered in graffiti. So anyway, just a thought.
Yeah, great suggestion. So we've done Te Manawa, as you know, and the 90 Devonport Road hoardings will go up early in the new year. There's some fencing with scrim at the moment, but we'll reach out to the 2 Devonport site and anyone else in the city and just say, hey, these are expectations in terms of you helping us tell the story about how our city's going to be transformed over the coming years. Great suggestion. Thank you.
They're not prepared to, getting some young people to come and do some murals or something, because then there's an ownership there. So we don't leave it open for graffiti.
Yeah, and actually, in terms of Te Manawa site, we've left the back side of it blank at the moment because we are investigating opportunities to bring the community in and tell their story along that part of the hoarding. So whether that's working with local artists or maybe getting some local schools involved to say this is what we want our city centre to look like, that's one of our plans for the rest of the space on the Te Manawa site.
Okay, nothing more? So that brings us to the end of the executive report. Someone like to move that we receive it, shared. And Bill, thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favour say aye. Against, carried. And I think that's lunchtime. So we will return at 1:30. right, so the meeting is resumed and we're up to 11.6, the draft annual plan. Paul?
I'll just briefly introduce this while the team come forward. So really two parts to the report. One is an update on where the annual plan is at, which I'd summarise as consistent with what we've reported through to previous meetings. And then the other part of the report is just talking about the consultation requirements and the recommendation with regard to consulting or not. So I'll hand over to Catherine. There's also some table corrections to amendments there as well.
I'll just get Tracy to run through the high-level financials and we'll talk about the recs after.
Good afternoon. As Paul said, the high-level financials, they're consistent with what we reported to you on the 14th of November, largely consistent with what was in year 3 of the long-term plan. We've landed at a gross average rates increase of 7.1%, including water and after growth. So that's not substantially different to the LTP expectations. Particularly given recent inflation of above 7% and the very significant interest rate increases we've had to deal with. So that brings the median residential increase to 8.7%, not including water, and commercial to 17%. So I'd also like to note that while the price of water has increased in line with the discussion at the last meeting, demand management has actually reduced the volume that we are building into this forecast. Just to draw your attention to attachment A, that shows more detail of the draft income and expenditure as compared to the current annual plan. And a further breakdown of draft rates. And attachment B has a high-level view of the capital program, also not significantly different to the long-term plan, mainly reflecting timing changes, but also building in updated cost estimates. I'll just hand over to Catherine.
Right, so the recommendations obviously go through proposing that you receive the annual plan and agree. We've also specifically called out operational funding and additional operational funding that we propose, operational expenditure that we propose to be loan funded rather than rates funded. So we've called out the civic costs and an aspect of the transportation expenditure that is of a one-off nature, which is bringing that road marking back up to level 7 standards. So, and we'd ask to retire those items over 10 years and to extend some of the other planning, existing planning and structure planning loan funded OPEX that was funded over 5 years. We've also proposed to extend that out to 10 years. So those recommendations cover that off. Then I distributed some reworded and corrected recommendations regarding the commercial differential. So this is the second year of the changes to the commercial differential to reflect the commercial sector paying 50% of the transportation activity. So a lot of that activity is funded by general rates. So that leads to that movement in the general rate to 2.1 differential, and the specifically targeted rate moves up to 5.2. And we also have a recommendation to bring forward the revaluation from its normal 3-year rolling timeframe. So as noted in the report, during COVID, actually Auckland Council moved into the same timeframe as we have, and there is quite a shortage nationally of valuers, so that puts a lot of pressure on trying to get our revaluation through. And we are also looking to put in the SAP upgrade, so it would just be prudent to have our revaluation done prior to all those changes. So that's why we've asked to move that forward. And then the remaining recommendations, just note there's no significant material matters to be consulted on. Any questions?
Thank you very much. I think, and I think given the message that we heard this morning from John Robson, I think it's important that the Commission reflect on what's in front of us today in a considered manner. And so when I think about what the annual plan is saying, it's really business as usual. It's saying we set the direction in the long-term plan. We added some things in the long-term plan amendment. As we heard this morning, a lot of that was focused on the development of the civic site, and certainly what we heard this morning has reflected what we heard from the community in the LTPA, in the long-term plan amendment process. So really what we're looking at here is business as usual, no change really from the conversations that we had with the community in both the long-term plan and the long-term plan amendment. Some of the things we talked about with the community were that we would seek additional funding sources so that we weren't entirely relying on rates. And with the confirmation of the IFF, $170 million in funding for the transport which doesn't sit in our balance sheet, with the IAF funding for Tauranga West and Te Papa confirmed. So again, those were conversations that we had with the community, and that's come to pass. We talked about a fair share, everyone paying a fair share of their rates, and we're bringing in the second year of the changes that we proposed for the commercial sector around the transportation costs and them sharing closer to their usage. We've increased the development contributions to ensure that developers are paying their fair share to the development of the city. None of that has changed. What has changed is inflation and interest rates. So what we're seeing now in front of us in the annual plan is an increase in our costs because of those two factors, not because we've added different things in. We've changed maybe some of the order of the capital projects, but that they're still in the long-term plan. So the test for us is, do we need to go out and reconsult with the public on this plan? The test is, what changes would we be consulting on that we could give effect to? And the reality is we can't change the interest rates and we can't change inflation. So I listened carefully to John, and I've thought about this, since the agenda was put in front of us. But I think the reality is the community needs certainty that we're not chopping and changing. This is business as usual. The direction we set in the long-term plan, this is continuing that. And the time to have those different conversations would be, if the community wants to change anything significantly, would be in the next long-term plan. So I'm reasonably confident that we don't need to go out and reconsult on the annual plan based on the changes being largely inflation and interest rates. So on that basis, I'm happy to move the recommendations with the changes that have been tabled here today. So if someone likes to second that, Stephen, and then I'll open it up for discussion.
Yeah, I'm happy to second that, and I totally agree with your sentiment. I mean, what we are delivering on here is a long-term plan. This is the third year of this, and the rates increase is largely consistent. I mean, it's marginally up, but the fact that it's only marginally up is, I think, a significant gain given the cost pressures that the council is experiencing, as indeed the whole community is experiencing. And it's good that we can kind of stick very close to our promise, which is really, as you say, this is about business as usual. Yes, we are changing the capital program, in as much as that's to do with the ability to get supplies and delivery. And that will mean a shift in time frame for projects. Yes, the OPEX costs are going up, as John points out, but the reality is our OPEX costs are going up, and we have to reflect that in reality. The counterfactual would be that we cut staff, cut our ability to deliver on projects, cut our capital program, end up in the cycle of underinvestment that we inherited as commissioners when we came along. So I think we have a plan. We have a long-term plan. We're going to be consulting again on that next year. We also have to be aware that the community can be over-consulted, and to have another consultation this year, the third round in a relatively short time, and then another one next year, we run the risk of losing the engagement of the community given the volume of consultation. So I think this is very much, as you say, Chair, business as usual. The rates increase is consistent with what we indicated in the long-term plan, and we should focus more on delivery than on consultation. Happy to second.
Thanks, Chair, and support those sentiments. I probably would be struggling a bit with what we would be consulting on, which would seem to be in terms of those increases that have been beyond our control, unless we got into consulting saying, well, we need to look at, for the want of a better words, slash and burn to in terms of those matters. I think there is a credibility that issue. We've set the direction in terms of the first LTP. We did some further an amendment this year. And I think we need to finish that 3-year cycle as we have indicated. And then the opportunity is for the next LTP, which we will be going out with towards the end of next year. So if there's any need for any refresh or any particular changes, I see that as the opportunity, because that's the document with the substance in terms of the
direction. I do have a couple of questions, but support the comments that have been made, and also support the resolutions that are on the table. When we consulted on the LTP in the first round, we had quite a lot of feedback from the community about we should be rating at inflation plus 2%. And so if you were to take that view, we should be rating essentially probably 9, close to 10% at the moment. With the rate of inflation at 7.7 or 7.8. But given we're rating at 7.1, marginally above what we had anticipated in the long-term plan, I think is we've landed quite well, I think, in terms of what we're trying to deliver over the next 12 months or so. I mean, I do take John's point about the increase in the operational budget, but thinking about, we do have higher costs when it comes to employee costs, particularly in the transportation sector. And we have signalled that for a long time, that I think we quote that the transport team's short by 40 odd people. And so we do need to invest in people to be able to deliver the program that we've got in front of us. So we do need to invest in our people to be able to deliver the program that the community signed off on in terms of the LTP and the LTPA. I do have a couple of questions though, and that's around the process to consult. I don't know if you'd know the answer to this, but when was the last time council didn't consult on an annual plan, and how often does that occur?
My knowledge, it's the first time.
this is the first time that.
Yeah, remembering the legislation changed 4 or 5 years ago, so it's a relatively new change in the legislation that allowed councils not to consult as well.
And then supplementary question: what would the cost of consulting be? I mean, given the fact that we're not really adding anything in, there are some, the operational differences and the capex. But if we were to consult, what would that likely be?
Yes, we understand that would be somewhere in the region, depending on the type of consultation, somewhere between $20,000 and $40,000.
The other thing to reflect is it's a lot of staff time that's taken through that period as well. So, yeah.
Anything else? I guess at the end of it, it's not really about the cost. I think Bill actually nailed it. Is what would we actually be? What would we be talking to the community about? We would basically be saying these are costs that we can't control. That's genuine. If we're not prepared to change the program, and I don't think from around the table there is any desire to change our program, because we've got such a lot. We were brought here because there was a deficit, the city was growing and you needed to manage growth. So we're trying to balance all of that. LTP was a significant agreement with the community when we put the rates up quite considerably and signalled out over the next few years that there would be continued rates increases on the basis that we would be delivering. And the agreement with the commercial sector has been along those lines. So if you want to stay true to your community, the only thing we would be able to consult on is not to pay the higher interest rates or take account of inflation, and that would be imprudent. So it isn't about how much it would cost. It's more about what does the conversation with the community need to be? And I think at this stage we're saying it's business as usual. This is the direction we set in with your agreement, and we'll do everything we can to deal with the circumstances we find ourselves in. This city continues to grow, and we need to continue on with both the capital program and increasing the ability of this organisation to deliver. I guess that's really where we are. All right, so I will put that motion then. If there's nothing more, all those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. That's with the amendments. Thank you very much. So that brings us then to traffic and parking bylaw. I see Brendan is there.
Thank you. This is very much just an operational paper. The key three changes are to legitimise the changes in hours on Links Avenue, so to go to the part-time bus lanes. We've also had a request from Arataki School to have some boom parking bans just with safety for the school kids, and also Dive Crescent. We would like to move some of those leased parks onto council land just while Dive Crescent's being done up. Happy to take questions.
I'll second as well, but I do want to acknowledge the Links Ave community panel for the work they have done in trying to find a compromise, essentially. So them leading on behalf of their community, along with us, to try and find something that would work. So reopening the cul-de-sac at various times of the day and restricting it at other times of the day to manage the safety of particularly school kids during the school term, but also maintaining that through a 7-day period. I know the conversations with the panel and the community have been challenging at times, trying to provide them with some certainty about what the long term might look like. But as we step that through with the panel, we do need, and they need, good information to be able to inform the decisions they make and advise us. So I do think it is a compromise all round in terms of what the long-term solution will be for Links Avenue, bearing in mind, hopefully, Bay Link will come to a conclusion toward the end of next year, and then we can reassess. But I do want to thank the panel, Sophie in particular, and Dan for leading that, and the feedback they've provided. Yeah, so just want to acknowledge the work and the effort they've made.
Anything more for Brendan? You're going to let him off that lightly? Goodness, it's the last meeting of the year. Goodness. Okay. All right. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. So the auditors are coming in at 2:30. So I think what we'll do is we'll go into public excluded. We'll leave the annual report. We'll go into public excluded and do as much of that as we can and come back out for the annual plan. Bill's going to move. We go into public excluded for the reasons outlined in the agenda, and Shad has seconded. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Thank you very much. Anyone who's not allowed to be here needs to leave. No, that doesn't include you, Paul. Thank you very much. Have a Merry Christmas.